I am at Eden Gardens. And just so you know, this is not the biblical garden that was home to God's first creation of man and woman, Adam and Eve. But right here in Accra, we are presented with a close opportunity to what it felt like to be in such a garden. And that's been made possible by our guests on this week's edition of The Untold here on GhanaWeb TV with me, Eche Atisu. Mrs. Alberta Ekusika Ado is the owner of Eden Gardens, and the interesting thing about her story is that this woman speaks to plants. You want to find out more? Come along with us.
My name is Alberta Ekusika Ado, but I like it when people call me Ekusika because I believe the Sika will one day manifest. It will see on my body. Yeah, so I was born on the 8th of March 1970 to late parents Mr. and Mrs. Amwa Brown of blessed memory.
Her schooling years were filled with a lot of home training as well, because, as she says, you cannot run away from family business.
My mom was a caterer, so she really wanted me to help her in the family business, which I didn't want her to. But you know, you can never say no to your mom. So I had to do that. Before then, I really wanted to go to the nursing school, which I couldn't because she really wanted me to help her. So I went to Takoradi Polytechnic. After that, I worked with Panian Tobacco Company for some time. Had my own restaurant on the Agbegblosu Road in the premises of Ahmed Coal Store. That place belonged to Edward Akufo-Addo, the president's brother.
There was so much work at home most of the time, so much that even when she was at the boarding house in school, she needed to return home on weekends to help out.
When I was in Straightway Secondary School, because my mom is a caterer, a big one of course, every Friday after school, I need to take an exit to come home. When I'm in the boarding house, you will come home every Friday because Saturday you have to go and mount wedding cake. Then Sunday we are cooking for, say, from 200 people, either for lunch or for dinner. Before Sunday evening, I go back to Kaneshi to catch a bus back to school. So that was what was happening. It's not like, you know, sometimes in school over the weekend you have time with friends talking and all that. But for me, yes, we had that time too, so we can go for entertainment and all that. But certain times I need to take Ezia to go home. My mom would even talk to the headmaster that maybe such and such a day, Alberta will have to come home on a Friday, so if you could grant her an exit.
Growing up in a house full of plants, little Ekusika grew up learning many tricks about tending to plants. Her love for plants also naturally came along.
When I was around 7 years old, in my home in Dansoman, we have lots of plants. What we see here is just something small. And being the little girl among the boys, I was the one who would water the plants, prune, cut, do anything that you need to feed the plants with. And I grew up with it. So I remember one day telling my mom, when I grow, I would want my home to be just as I'm seeing our home in Dansoman.
By the time Alberta Ekusika Ado got married, she had already unconsciously set herself up for life.
When I met my husband, we were courting, and I remember telling my mom, when I get my first pay, I'm going to give her money, get somebody to get me flower pots, to mold flower pots for me, which I did about 60 pieces. I was then courting. I didn't even know whether this guy was going to marry me, or even if by the grace of God he got married to me, whether I was going to be in a compound house, a single room. But because I so much love plants, I did 60 pots. So that's by the way. By the grace of God, we got married. And madam, I had a big compound where I fixed all the 60 pots.
Strict as the word can be, Ekusika's mom made sure that no friend of her daughters visited them at home. But the uniqueness of the year 1983 in Ghana's history will change things a little for her.
When there was shortage of food in the country, we were queuing for flour, for maize, for corn, for virtually everything. But as a young girl, how old was I? Around 13 years. And my mother was so strict, we didn't have friends. In fact, nobody comes to the house. So my mom had closed from work. Around 4 p.m., this woman was coming home and there were so many people in front of our house, lined up. What was happening? This young Ekusika, 13-year-old girl, I don't know what came into me, but I think from the very tender age, it's been me and the Holy Spirit. I got a little, mommy brought sorghum. Yeah, we had a little sorghum, we had flour. I combined both, made some rock bands and scones, baked about 100 or so pieces, and I decided to sell because there was no food anywhere. So I placed this in front of the gate and people started coming. I was selling, they were buying, I was happy, all smiling. Kids will come, parents will come, fathers, they were just buying. So when my mom got to the gate, she was like, what is happening here? You could tell from her face, she was angry, what is happening? But when she saw what I was doing, she was so happy. And I don't even know whether she carried me, because she was like, hey, Ekusika, Abidjan no be with him. When a normal or the margin, a radin shell, de amma en coffee di ban ma wedi. Inya eyi wo baby. And I was so happy. I was so fulfilled because I was able to put food on the table.
Unlike a foretaste of what her future would look like, Ekusika grew up with a passion that birthed the idea of passion for mother and child.
The Lord inspired me to gather teenage mothers, the privileged, feed them, give them a vocation. And I'm like, teenage mothers and all these things. But before then, I was doing that on my own. I could go to town and I see people, I feel the need to give them money or ask them, come home, I have order on such and such a day, come help me and you get food to eat. I was doing that until one day I was going to the laundry. I'd parked by the roadside, crossed, took the clothes to the laundry. On my way home, I was listening to 88.7. So I came back, sat in the car, started the car, and all I heard was, you don't need any confirmation. I am your confirmation. I looked down, I was scared. So came out of the car, stood beside my car and was like, what is this? For how long will you stand out? I went back into the car and then came home.
It had to take more than a confirmation for her to know that this was indeed something God wanted her to do.
Another time, I was home watching Ben Hinn on telly. And a voice said, change the channel. Which I looked around, there was nobody. So I was now working under instruction. I changed the channel. It kept saying, change it. I kept changing till I got to Metro TV. It was around 11:30 or so a.m. And I heard Amanya Neba, a young girl of 19, being abused, blah, 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 with a child. And the voice says, go for her. I'm like, go for who? This is TV. How will I even do that? Says, go for her. Call and tell them you are interested in the story. I said, yes, boss. But then how do I get the number of Metro TV? I called my son. He got me the number of Metro TV. Immediately I called. I was connected to the newsroom. And I told them I was interested in the story. They took my number, and within a space of less than an hour or so, I saw myself on telly being interviewed. So we agreed in about 3 days' time, they would take me to where the lady is, somewhere in Yamoussoukro, around Kaneshi. So we went, and that was also a big news on Metro TV.
With the help of a number of other professionals, Akoula got these young girls together and started training them in vocational skills.
There was this voice that told me, drive to Teshinungwa. So I went out. As I was on the grader estate, I took a left turn. Then I saw house for rent. I drove in there, spoke to the guys, and it was just a smooth deal. I took the place, started with a few girls I had, the one from Metro News, and a few people, and by word of mouth, people who came to hear, people who saw what happened on Metro TV, started bringing people. So I trained them in catering because I'm a caterer. I got people who were fashion designers and hairdressers. So we started at Teshi First Junction, opposite the Electoral Commission, for over 7 years. And after that, I went to Gempa to do some NGO courses, management courses, so I could manage the NGO well. It won't be like you are just doing it anyhow. You have to manage things properly. You have to do it and do it well. So I went to Gempa, did few courses. I've been there for three occasions. NGO management, I've forgotten the courses, but I did all that, which I have all the certificates there, so that it won't be like you've gathered girls and then giving them home training. No, not just home training. There has to be a book knowledge as well. You have to learn and learn well so that you know what you are doing. Learning advocacy and several of those things. Yes.
When COVID-19 hit in 2020, like many businesses, things with passion for mother and child also took a little dip, but it was also another great breakthrough for her.
On the 14th of March 2020, there was a lockdown, so we're not able to go to meet in our training center. I wasn't going anywhere. I was stuck at home. Then, like Steve Jobs once said in an interview or a speech given to one university, he said, you cannot connect things in the future, but you can connect things from your past. So I connected all these plans, all the works I've been doing since I was home. I was not going anywhere. I now got time for my plans.
Now, let's call her the woman who talks to plants. With every research she did into plants, unconsciously, she was building a business so much that she sometimes forgets to eat while doing it.
So I wake up early in the morning, do my house chores, then I come and sit in my garden, clean, prune, just like I was doing when I was 7 years old. Then I will start talking to my plant. You are beautiful. I like the way you are. I like the colors. Oh, how can one plant have 3 colors? So I was just admiring nature. And the Lord started talking to me. This is an oxygen plant. It can do this for you. It can do that. So I got so much interested in it, and all my time was always in the garden. So I'll take the picture, post on my status, some on my Facebook, do a research, talk about this. Maybe this is called Sansevieria, another name, mother-in-law's tongue. Then I'll just go find out why mother-in-law's tongue. And one says, I beg you, anyone listening to me, they said, the mother-in-laws, their mouths are sharp, their tongues are sharp. So that is then I'm like, wow, this is funny. So I'll just get the name, the fan. This is Zizi, this is Red Beauty. You see, I started learning the names so I could post them on my status. People got interested. Then they'll ask, can I get something for my hall? Can I get something for my bedroom? Which one do you think is okay for the bathroom for this? And we kept going. It got interesting. So every day you see me here working at nurseries looking for new plants, and I was so fulfilled. That was my passion. That was my heart, because I can come here in the morning, say 8 o'clock. I will be here till 6 p.m. My husband will have visitors and they are like, do you sell them? I said, yes. Can I have this one? I sell them. So I started going to the Volta region, buying pots and working with them. So,
but there was more that her plants garden was given that she never knew herself until this woman walked in one day.
I went outside the gate to just admire the pots I've arranged outside. And this woman was coming. She was like, oh, madam, do you know the one selling this pot? I was like, it's me. Just, oh, okay. I've been passing here every day. I want to stop by because on the roadside, I'm scared of the trucks that are passing. And I'm like, you can come and park in my house. And he said, no, I've parked behind your house. So I walked her in because I have lots of pots in the house too. So she just looked through what we have in there and we came in. Immediately she entered, she was so happy and was like, wow, you have a beautiful home. Can I sit? I said, yes. She sat and I took her through the plants. What is this? What is that? She was so happy. And she was like, who are you? What do you do? I'm like, ma'am, please, I don't understand. How do you mean? She said, when I was coming, I wasn't feeling well. I had this terrible headache. And as I started, I even wanted to ask if you could give me a paracetamol. But just as you spoke with me, the way you are so passionate about the plants and talking about them, I felt something just leave me. That's why I asked, who are you? I'm like, I'm a praying woman and I believe in what I do. So I prayed with this woman. She was so happy, started jumping. I'm healed, I'm healed. I'm like, God, I thank you. She took my number that she will call immediately she gets home. And that was the end of that woman. I didn't hear from her. There was no call, and I've never seen her to date. Could that be an angel who came to tell me what you are doing is good, so continue on doing it.
Another woman also shared her experience about how these plants did more than beautify her home.
This lady, she's also a journalist. I don't want to mention her name. She called me one day and was like, Mommy, I took my little boy to the hospital, and this doctor, an Indian, said, you need to put a plant in your son's bedroom by the side so he could inhale this oxygen. It's going to improve his health. Immediately, she remembered me and called me in front of the doctor. So truly, I made the beautiful pot of Sansevieria, another name for snake plant. It has nothing to do with snake. It's just the design. I have one over there. It's just the design in it, right? That is what looks like a snake, but it has nothing to do with snake. Because the little boy was just around 4 or 5 years, I put decorative pieces around it. And to the glory of God, the mother came back to give a testimony to the extent that it went to bridge their marriage. It went to put their marriage together, and I was happy.
And then it was her husband and how he got healed from the effects of these same plants.
I'm so happy here. I'm so happy. And 2 years ago or so, COVID, my husband was attacked by this same COVID, which landed him in ICU. It was such a terrible moment. People around him were dying. I lost my cousin, late Ejakon's wife, Auntie Nana. I'll say it's my cousin or my auntie. We lost Sister Nana. But by the grace of God, and I believe by what I do, because I know taking care of orphans, the needy, is the heartbeat of Christ. So if you are able to do such, God gives you long life, and always sitting in nature, admiring and inhaling it. When my husband got back home from ICU, every morning, 5 a.m., he will come and sit in the garden, taking his tea, reading his book, having his meetings, all in the garden. And he so much enjoyed it. The breeze, the air that will just be going up and down all around him, just brought the healing speedily. He really enjoyed it, I must say. It was what brought about his healing. And I'm happy. Because I get most people, Mommy, can I come around? I feel terrible. I have this issue in my marriage. Can I come around? I want us to sit in the garden and then we talk about it. I'm like, yes, come, because I love to do that. And Charlie, the feedback I get is so fulfilling. So that is what has brought us here today.
Like everything in life, her work with these young ladies has had its own share of challenges.
Then somebody will ask, so have you forgotten about the teenage mothers? No, I had not forgotten about them. We always met we had a platform where we chat, we do our devotions and everything on platform. Sometimes I invite them to come over, we had a chat, but one of my facilitators had a place, so all the girls are there. I visit them, we talk, we continue with the school, we continue with all the advices. So far it's been good. In Passion for Mother and Child, when the girls come, there's no any follow-up. No parent of theirs come to say, hey, Mame, we are in Teshi, so they usually speak Ofane, Imbile Bakemiake, O Chonle ni no hame, ni, oh you are done. We don't hear things like that. No. I've never. But when you share the food and they take home, then they will call, Ofane, oh you are done. I said, Asida yenya media. because my gun is not very good. So you see, the same way we connected the dot from the past. What I did, that is what now I'm feeding people.
And why does she talk to her plants? Ekusika tells us the story.
So I continue on talking to the plants. I would come, talk to you, admire, and most especially when I work for any client, and the person is going, or we are supposed to pack the things in the car, I go close to the plant and I talk to them. I tell them, as you are going, let there be peace in that home. If there's any marital issue, go and solve that issue. Because you are living, and in the Garden of Eden was a peaceful place, go and do same. And the report I get from the client was so amazing, and it kept me going. It kept me going.
Why the name Eden Garden?
I decided to name it Eden because it was fulfilling. I had so much fulfillment here, the passion, the joy. People will come and they give testimony.
Ekusika tells us about some of the names of these plants and their significance.
This is the snake plant with the botanical name Sansevieria. Sansevieria, right? So these ones, it's good for your bathroom, it's good for your living room. It can go anywhere. It serves all purpose. Have all these. These are all fern. This is monstera. If you have this in your home, why wouldn't you love nature? Why wouldn't your love for God increase? He's a wonderful God. See the wonders of his hands. See, holes in plants. It's so amazing. This is another kind of phobia. It's another kind of phobia. That is aloe vera. It has several uses for the hair, for face, for bangs, for smoothing your face. You won't go wrong with aloe vera. Yeah. That's ready to be delivered. I need help, please. So this is the final work. This is our final work. What a thing of beauty. Isn't it beautiful? So that is our red beauty. Living Eden Gardens to its final place. And like I always do, as they are leaving my hands and my home, I say a word of prayer. As you live here, may the Lord go with you. May you bring peace in your new home. May you bring beauty and love, just as you are so colorful, so nice and natural. Every marriage in that home, let it be so. Go and glow as the leaves are glowing. Let there be peace. Let there be joy. Let there be abundance of everything. In the name of the Father, the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Amen. And that's how we bring a wrap to this week's edition of The Untold here on GhanaWeb TV with our guest, Mrs. Alberta Ekusika Ado. Thank you once again for joining us. As always, remember, there's news for you when you log on to www.ghanaweb.com. And as always, be kind to one another.
So we're back on this episode of the GhanaWeb Sports Debate right here on GhanaWeb TV. Today we are asking that we've qualified for the World Cup. A lot of people want the coach to add experienced players for the campaign. But who do you want to see in the team? Talking of the experienced players, should Asamoah be added to the Black Star squad or not? Don't forget, the Ghanaian legend has already stated that he has not retired from the game yet. He is training and preparing to get back into the game. I'll speak to my first guest here on the show and I'll get his opinion on this very issue. GhanaWeb TV so.
Oh, me so.
Boss, you qualify World Cup no, and a power be juma na environment no net saying.
Oh, no kwani you qualify the for mine mu the panije by utimu so bia ni agina ho keka no e wo soro. Enti no boys no my ade ye taw ma chipa o my ade.
Then the Ibisani say Asamoah Ghana legend, all-time top scorer, Africa World Cup ono so na wa share goals kese. Ye ko World Cup e ebinom say yemfa Asamoah enka team no ho enko sisi a on retire won sankofo no adwen.
Oh, ye friend anke because ye experienced player na ojinamu kwa ni huhu kura mpotimi dey e top player bi so nti o ma ye friend a ye pa
nti yemfa Asamoah
me dey enka madwen dey anke yemfa nka ho bi
ba say Asamoah afi ba ko ni we ya say ni modern no sheda eni srosa.
Oh, anu dey say be friend na obetimi ahyase ayi training ni adade na make bibi say like ojinamu kura ni huhu mpo betimi top player bi so ma obetimi ayi dey am ye chance bi enya akonya obo ni mu nti ono dey yesenke de ne dey echo.
Asamoah should be added to the team. Experience, the experience that he brings on board cannot be quantified, and he is the top scorer of Africa in the FIFA World Cup. So Ghana should add him to the squad. The qualifier for World Cup. I'm not for saying Asamoah and cast squad. No one we are here.
Yeah, didn't come when you're bad, but to me, idiot. You maintain boys na do am qualify for World Cup na.
You maintain your man. My phobia account.
Debi. Enye necessary.
Asamoah experience no.
And enya hwe. Boys na you good. Nti I think say you use boys na.
You use boys.
Yeah.
Okay, nti enya Asamoah na experience player ben na opese de ka squad no ekọ World Cup.
So far, they mean people, experienced player. Maybe minimum is a boys now. I don't qualify for work. On my yard, boys now. I didn't maintain almost.
All right, into boss, you qualify. You call World Cup. You first Asamoah and cast squad no name kwana.
Sharp. Asamoah and the spirits never high. What I say, it is a team in the cow. It's not a call World Cup. Asamoah and cow. Hey, ade. On your Ghana, share Asamoah a champion.
But if say on share down bobo, I feel back with me into my son.
Oh, I'm going to Samoah training with you.
He has all the boat team behind us.
Nah, so you didn't quote car, we didn't quite idea. Oh, that is some shady. We see. I'll be a century. What I say, it's sanity.
All right, so it is that Jan doesn't need to train for him to make the cut for Qatar 2022. He has a lot in him that he will help Ghana if we name him as part of the squad for the FIFA World Cup. And today we are asking whether we should take Asamoah to Qatar for the FIFA World Cup or not. Let me hear from you in the comment section. But I have two guests here. Pacho, Ocean World Cup, no, your ball qualifications we now. You qualify and Uber, you man not feeling it say.
Oh, na nidaso ni wo say the World Cup nearby no ye qualify na fe hu say Ghana fo ni na eni agi say ye ni kwa World Cup no so obi eni agi ball no nti say World Cup ni de ye ni agi say kwa World Cup ni bi
intended dey ebi san say amanfo ka say yen fa Asamoah enka squad if you say ni history World Cup no World Cup me say wa bo nyina o shego nti yen fa nka wona yen fa ne nko won san krofo no ya adwen
Fabi no me no wan adwen se Fabi me no wan adwen dia me no wan adwen ne se Asamoah bae no sankotimi ball Lagos City e ma ye hu na anka be so obekọ ana so onko ne modern ball na be kire na oba na wantimi ambo se na nka so le bae na oboye no amafo crackers yem fresule no Asamoah bae no timi ball ne sade a anka the senior player ba ko share national team a anka nya bone what they say ese Cameroon aye bi aye Roger Miller na obi anim so yare no be kan semitata no na yi we no koye no utimi so okoye different extra wo kra wo ho ama ye hu se senior player timi bo nti
the modern money will go cities in Ansha and Conti.
Ankoye. And this is club side never chill modern ball as a national team of film. As a Majan one the bombarding. Said the Sule air boy, Enkumubai or boy. I'm for the better as a course. I know if it's small team or any buy or drafts or buy no some for the cast, young Friday Corsa. The modern one changes as a Majan to be here beside ya. Anka meeting me Casa or Bequano, and the modern one in the Beco. And you're gonna for the Becassa. All right, so Jan is a top player, but his performance in the Ghana Premier League for Legon Cities is not something that we can make a case for him in the national team. And Pachoman for Usumbrim. Jan, you're finding call walk up.
Oh, yes, that's a denico because players in the Mukono, player be anima, what eating, a womb, Titu, Yanis Fraka be an Ankasa, or what eating be a woman, the Nijaboma, or Tim Sunsumbi, a womb. Just some more down there, yet the qua, a mammy.
And now they say, Legon Cities, you know, one shada into me, I'm Bob on the Senana, Ghana for a penalty.
Oh, I need the found, sir. What in a car about training mono, and there will be a person so no more training or Legon City, maybe one yes, quality person, and no man yes, training, you know. And to see the next brass and dear, but many players or no be training now, but to me, Jan, and also to say first as a Mojan. Jadil Quasamajan, why you be there? And you didn't jump crash, soon crano, about talk will be so cry. Tasamajan, slow dear, me I done say, Yadu Moko, because so many senior player on my year beeping. Do I call and I didn't do him, and I don't call that.
Solomon Tai should also be added to the team, but as Samoajan, though he couldn't perform in Legon Cities, you cannot blame him. Probably the club do not have quality players that can help him perform. But because of his history and performance in the FIFA World Cup, we should add him to the squad in November. You qualify for World Cup. Eddie Kaino, Ghana, your group, you know, who have been say to my baby.
Oh,
what brings a bit my group?
Oh, you be a group in the baby. Group in the by who called Portugal,
South Korea, Portugal,
yeah, the Portugal never qualified for group.
Yeah, the Portugal, and never qualified. See, our squad no walk up in the Yamba, Bebasu, November. A man for a Casa, but the Urban said, a man for Jan. Experienced player, Africa's top scorer in the World Cup. You see him fanning count and fanning call. Oh no, my agent.
Me no my agent. Player like Samoa Jan caliber. So Jan striker be although performance in you, but striker be with our defenders in team in Jan Homa. Because defenders be the back of the clip away. Almost Jan sharp striker. Bomu Jan Homa. It is a giant in a about a million can't be say Obebo Legon Cities here who Obi wo ho a wo ye tournament player. Giant me o see so the ball man who bo bi obobai. What in the tournament
who didn't gym
who hwe ni club level ni tournament side ni dia wo ye far better. It mean James Samoja de kan we ye.
Aside Samoja no senior player baby na o pese
Sule Muntali.
Ye fa Sule kan.
Yeah, Sule ye fa Sule kan because Sule hwe Nanu ya David nyas has of kuntra. Say your friend kotoko player ye nyina ya the support need the blaster. Enya club side a national team na konti ye nyina say the support the yema nation na say ye the Sule oba as of nanu ya no performance abeda na di. Oba ye kra no obepeja Ghana league no more. Because we are right now Sule ni poster boy our has team no. Say kotoko ne has Kumasi recently ya no. Na Sule nka ho enso ye de ne ya advert so on the meter nti Sule se ye de ne share na medical ka say player bi wo ho a waja de din wo ho nti wo ginamu kura na players in person mo be ja no ho
nti yan fa Jan Sule nka ho.
Yeah.
We are asking whether Samoa Jan should be added to the FIFA World Cup squad or not. No kwa baba sports debate so yan fa Jan enka World Cup squad.
No, nyama dwen no.
Adentia man because ebi no ka say this year shada any striker o ka Samoa Jan World Cup so Africa wa Bob Braye pa top scorer entinga de ne kan wa etumi eboa Ghana team no.
Okay, see ebedi anu achidi an kameka way back Rojamela.
Okay.
Na Cameroon president pra football we no cry am adu say ma ye ne nko. But ebinum transfer association transfer no. Yan fan old man we ni nyade enko. But that time no comparison no chere say na Rojamela owo unfit. Okay. Yes.
But Asamoah dear no, akoye bibi mienu. Fitness no wo hodie. You make say no.
From work up in November. The Cassia didn't call Bedu on Obe training, Obe to me training and fitness.
Fine, so Obe to me training seriously. No, va grow and cajon. Dia and then the court no be 20 minutes, 30 minutes. Second half, the main Cassia and Van Embrem. We don't bring from 30 to the end of the second half. I think, say, and no, but to me provide the BB because he have that ability to score. If the ball with Asamoah in the 18 yard and the oil list of the show, yes, into what dear, but to me, I can say, but say, the idea Asamoah air call. Sir, with that, Bibia, as a soldier, you are going to war with that gun bullet. What are you going to do? You have to train well, stand on your feet, be as a man. Don't even think as a boy, think as a man. Nakobobo, and the let me say, and fast someone young.
Alright, so if we are going to add him to the squad, it means that he should be put on intensive training so that from this month to November he will be in good shape so that he can compete. And adding Asamoah to the squad so that he can be a super sub will be an advantage for the Black Stars because a jam in the 18-yard box is as dangerous as any other player you will see in association football. You qualify for World Cup. Eddie Kaino, Ghana, your group, you know. Who of them say bet my baby?
Oh,
who of them say bet my baby?
Oh, you be a group in the baby. Group in the by who called Portugal,
South Korea, Portugal, Uruguay.
Yeah, the Portugal never qualify for group.
Yeah, the Portugal, and never qualify. See, our squad no World Cup no there, and Yamba, Bebasu, November. I'm on for a Casa, but the Airban say, I'm on for Jan. Experienced player, Africa's top scorer in the World Cup. You see him fanning count and fanning call. Oh no, my agent.
Me no my agent. Player like Asamoah Gyan caliber. So Gyan striker bia. Although performance in you, but striker bia with our defenders in team Gyan Homa. Because defenders be able to fan ne clip are. Ombo so Gyan sharp striker. Be bomu Gyan Homa. It is a Gyan Gyan ha. Ebe bo adam nua na kan sem bi say obebo Lagos City here hu Obi wo ha wo tournament player. Giant me wo see so the ball man who bo bi obobai. Wo de ne ko tournament a.
Wo de ne gina mu.
Wo hwe ne club level ne tournament side ne dia. Wo far better. It mean James Asamoah de kan we ye.
Asade Asamoah no senior player baby na wo pese de.
Suleiman Tali.
Ye fa Suleiman kan.
Yeah, Suleiman ye fa Suleiman kan because Suleiman Nanu ya Dabi nyas has of kuntra. Say your friend kotoko player ye nyina ya the support ni the blaster enya club side a national team na konti ye nyina just say the support the yema nation na just say ye Sule oba as of Nanu ya no performance abeda na di oba ye kra no obepeja Ghana league ni more because we are right now Sule ni poster boy our has team no say kotoko ne has Kumasi recently ya no na Sule nka ho enso ye de ne ya advert so on the amateur nti Sule si ye de ne share na medical ka player bi wo wa jati din wo ho nti wo gina mu kura na players in person mu be jano ho
nti yan fa jani Sule nka ho
yeah.
So should Asamoah Gyan be added to the Black Star squad for the 2022 FIFA World Cup in Qatar? That's what we're asking on this episode of the GhanaWeb Sports Debate right here on GhanaWeb TV. You've watched Ghanaians express their opinion as far as this particular subject is concerned. Let me hear from you in the comment section after watching the video. Do you agree or you think that Gyan didn't do enough when he joined Legon Cities in the Ghana Premier League? Let me hear from you in the comment section. My name is Joel Leshen and thanks for watching this episode of the GhanaWeb Sports Debate. Make sure to subscribe to our channel and share for others to also get the opportunity to watch this video. Until we meet again, you know it's bye for now.
back again, Charlie. The energy is just low. I just ended an 11-kilometer forest hike at Parc National du Banco. And guys, you have to see how the journey started. So let's rewind to see how the whole trip started. Let's go. This video is in partnership with Lemonade Finance. Lemonade Finance allows Africans in Canada and the UK to send money to Ghana, Nigeria, Kenya at 0 fees. Yes, 0 fees. They also have the best rates in the market, so you always get a complete value for your money. I've been using Lemonade for some time now, and I can guarantee that it is fast, easy, and free when it comes to sending money back home. If you are not in Canada or the UK, don't worry, I have inside gist. They will soon be in the US and Europe in few months. And download the app with my referral link in the description box to get 10% cash back on your first transaction. You can also type my code STELLA if you've downloaded the app directly from the App Store or the Play Store. Sydney, say hi. Hi, Sydney.
Hi, guys.
So, Sydney, where have you brought me to?
This is Parc National du Banco, Abidjan.
Okay.
We just about starting our hike.
We are going hiking today.
We're gonna do 20 kilometers of hike. Someone is gonna have their walking.
I'm super excited. Guys, I'm so happy I met someone here who lives here, and he brought us to this place. He picked us from our Airbnb, and I'm super excited. I mean, I'm going hiking here, and at least you get to feel something different here in Abidjan. The weather is a little calm, it's a little cloudy. I pray it doesn't rain. I'm super excited. You all are coming along. You're coming along. What happened? What happened? What did he say? Thank you. You don't see it. So I didn't come with hiking shoes, so he got me some running shoes. Oh, Sydney, thank you so much. That's so cute of you. So yeah, we're about to go and you guys are coming along. Sydney, you need to introduce your friends to us.
Hi everyone. This is Sarah.
Sarah, hi Sarah. Looks like a supermodel. Yeah.
This is Emikit.
Emikit.
Hello.
Hello.
This is Samuel.
Samuel. And of course, and this is you. And then we are going hiking together.
Okay, so we have a group called Leash, and Leash is a group of expatriates in Abidjan.
Okay.
And then every Saturday we go to a specific place, and then we have a sporting activity. So today they chose Parc de Banco. You can turn the camera around for everyone to see.
Yeah, that's why there are a lot of foreigners here.
Everyone here.
Oh, okay.
Most of them are going to be doing cycling. And a lot of walks, and then there's a lot of other activities.
So we don't have to come the queue, right?
So we're going to play here, then we're going to go straight.
Oh, okay. So I hope you guys are excited about it. This place is called Banco. What?
Parc National du Banco.
Say it again.
Parc National du Banco.
Okay, Parc National du Blanco. So yeah, we are about to go. Yeah. You guys are coming along, so let's go. So you pay 1,000
if you are an ECOWAS citizen. If not, you pay 5,000 if you are non-ECOWAS.
Oh, okay. Look at the monkey, guys. Like 2 monkeys here, and this is a good welcome. We are about to start the hike. They ride the bicycles here. Oh, okay, so you have an option to go cycling or walk. And is the trail like very smooth like this?
No, this is like the smooth part. You've got a lot of
bends. Okay.
There are different trails actually, so some are pretty smooth, some are climbing and descending. Everyone has a number of kilometers every trail, so you will see the signage per trail. 4 kilometers, 2 kilometers that side. So depending on what you want to do, you just do a combination of trails and then you're good.
I'm super excited. Like everywhere is green. I can hear the sound of birds, and it feels good. And here smells like lavender. I don't know what kind of plant it is, but here smells so good. Yeah.
Away from the whole industrial.
hiking.
Yeah, this particular place. Bonjour.
So we started in Jan. So every Saturday we have a particular spot where we go. We don't always come here.
Come here. Oh, okay.
So sometimes you go to the area around Assini, Bonnois, Ibra. There are different places that we go.
Oh, okay.
Depending on what activity you want to do.
It's good. It's good to be living. I mean, okay, so if you all don't know, Sydney is Ghanaian, but he's been living in Cote d'Ivoire for past a year now. And you speak French like them. You speak good French. So how does it feel working here?
Compared to Ghana, it's a different environment. You know, even though we are very close, work ethics are completely different. And in terms of how the market is, it's nothing compared to Ghana.
So okay.
You need to be very agile, and be willing to adapt to new ways of thinking, new ways of working. And once you do that, you get along.
Okay.
Yeah. But it's a good place. Abidjan is a vibrant city. It's very cosmopolitan. It's a lot of expatriates. I mean, for Francophone West Africa, Abidjan is the hub. So you have most of the multinationals having their head offices located here in Abidjan.
In Abidjan. Oh.
It's an interesting place to work.
All right.
Yeah.
Guys, the weather is good. Perfect. Like since I came, I'm not sweating. Even though I've been walking for past 15 minutes now. And really the atmosphere feels good here.
Have you tried any of their fruit juices?
No, not yet.
They go pretty,
really nice.
Pretty good.
Trail is very smooth, but it's as though we are climbing a mountain, and so the higher you go, the more difficult it becomes to hike. But then I think so far so good. It's so fun, and yeah, I love it here, and I simply really love the weather. Everywhere is green. So we are finally at our first stop. That's over 40 minutes of walk. We finally found somewhere to rest. I can see settlement here. It's like people live here. Sydney, where are we now?
We're in the central point.
So this is the central point?
Yeah. So we're going to take the mountain climb and then we come back to take this lane.
So we are now about to start the mountain?
Yeah. Actually now about to start the hike actually.
Wow. After 40 minutes, he says we are now about to start. Oh my goodness.
Okay, let's get the
this is, I'm tired. Wait, let's rest for some time, Sydney. Wait.
You're going to get tired. Let's go. Let's do it.
I'm tired.
Let's do it. Make all the ladies there from.
Hey, they said team no rest. Team no rest.
No rest. Fast. Let's do this.
Hello. Bonjour.
Bonjour.
So, we've been walking close to an hour now, and I like the fact that their trails are like very smooth. Even though I keep going higher and higher, it doesn't feel too hectic, or it doesn't feel too much of a work. So yeah, I think we are approaching our next stop. So I'm super excited and I'm super tired. I'm the only one left behind. Everyone is way in front of me. And yeah, so thank you so much for bringing me some water. So where do you say we are now? I can see Aquaba.
Yeah, bienvenue, welcome Akoula.
And the one we are about to go is what's the most difficult, right?
One of the most difficult trails. It's 1.5 kilometers, a bit of climbing and descending. Ascending and descending.
Wow.
And descending.
Guys, I thought this was over, but looks like
No, we just got started, right?
This is just the beginning. Oh my goodness.
Yala,
oh, hold on, wait, please.
Started.
Oh, let's wait for like 2 minutes.
No,
really?
Me pacho.
Okay, you sip a little bit of water.
Okay. No. Guys, this is not easy at all. It's not, I'm being honest, it's not easy at all. I think Afajato is even better. This one is like, the trails are very, very smooth too. But the higher you climb, the more difficult it gets. And I'm sure descending will be the best part. Because at this point, my thighs hurt so much. My thighs hurt so much. This is big thigh problems. But the experience is really worth it because the place is really green and beautiful. Sarah, what do you think?
Yes, it's beautiful, but
it's difficult,
yes,
right?
It's very difficult.
I just spotted some ants. They are having a party here. Yay. These are people cycling. Bonjour. Bonjour.
Bonjour.
It's good to see them. Wow. And we are currently descending and they are ascending, so you can imagine the strength in which they have cycling to this extent. So we are heading towards the last end. It's quite a distance. I've been walking past an hour. I think it's almost 1 hour 30 minutes. And yeah, I came all the way to exercise here in Abidjan. Can you imagine? I'm doing. Whilst we are tired, we are like running. So, bonjour. Bonjour.
Maybe you don't speak French, I don't know.
Yeah. Wow.
Running
To you.
Running. I don't think it's
Are you tired? You're tired. Oh wow. Bonjour. 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 Yeah. So how many kilometers have we done so far? Oh, please check. Those of you with Apple Watches.
How do I play again?
So the trail extends, like it extends into the forest. There is no end, and so I saw a lot of people running. They were going around the trail just where we came from, and so we are going back. But then going back is not as easy. It's not also easy at all. How do you feel? How do you feel?
It's normal, it's okay.
It's okay, you've been doing this.
I'm enjoying it, it's interesting.
Okay, so this is how it looks like from here. Everywhere is really beautiful. Wow. So we have just reached where we started. We are about to start another trail. He says there is a pond that we could fish, we could feed the fishes. So we are about to start another trail. I'm so tired, but these people are not tired at all. And this is beautiful. I don't know where the water is coming from. Do you have a waterfall around here? I don't know. You don't think so? Oh, okay. So this is like a small stream here. So my friends have left me, and I'm approaching some people. They are kneeling and they are saying something. If you guys know what is happening, let me know in the comment section. This is it.
Donne-moi le fardeau de tes lâchetés. Je me souviendrai en échange de toutes les fois où tu as aidé quelqu'un d'autre, où tu as endossé joyeusement le poids de la douleur.
So if you guys know what is happening, I pass in the middle of them. I don't know what they are doing. I don't know what they are saying. Let me know in the comment section what is happening. But then yeah. We are currently here where all the fishes are. Oh, they are so big. What type of fish are they?
Catfish.
Catfish.
Non, dans un parc, on peut pas les pêcher. Voilà, on les surveille. Voilà, pour nos futurs.
So I got some bread. I'm about to feed them. Whoa, they are so huge. You can show them.
Ah non, elle avale quoi? Non.
Okay, another one. Wow. On 3. Are you ready?
Yes.
Take. No wonder they are big. They get
Ready?
bread every time.
1, 2, 3.
So guys, this was really worth it. This guy tried to kill me today. Hey, how many kilometers have we done? Check. Guys,
about 11
more than
kilometers.
started. More than what?
We've done about 11 kilometers.
11 kilometers, guys. If you know what 11 kilometers is, you understand the pain I've gone through. This guy tried to kill us, but then we didn't die. We ended with a beautiful view of seeing this big catfish. I have never seen this catfish this big. The ones we eat in Accra are usually very small, so it's beautiful. Sydney, even though you tried to fool me, thanks for bringing us here. So Sydney has brought us here. He says, Sydney, Is this the best place for acheke?
Yeah, just check session.
Okay. So they said for fried fish and acheke, here is the best. So we are here to try it for ourselves, and we are super excited. Cheers! Cheers! Really cheers! Cheers! Cheers everyone! Cheers guys! You're all invited. Don't forget to download the Lemonade Finance app to send money to anyone in Ghana, Nigeria, Kenya, to also get a 10% back using my referral code Stella. See you. I love you all. Mwah. This is Akoula, which is located in Assini, about 2 hours drive from Abidjan. So we are currently in an Uber going to Assini. They said that if you go to Assini, you won't get anybody coming back. So we have to pay double the price. So Jonathan, our friend, spoke to him in French. We just called him, and then we've negotiated to add extra 10,000 to his fare, making 32,000. So yeah, that's the situation now. We are going to Assini, and I'm super excited because today is this beautiful one's birthday, and obviously we need comfort. Going by bus is a little tedious because we have to pass through 3 towns before we get to Assini, according to my friend, and so that's how come we are paying this much to go to Assini. But the Uber is very comfortable, so I'll share with you how the journey goes. Hi guys, we are back again. We are back. I'm currently here in Côte d'Ivoire in Assini, which is quite a distance from Abidjan, and I'm here at this beautiful place, and I must say this place is very, very pretty, and I'm super excited. This place is called Akoula, and this place every Sundays there's always brunch here. I got my tickets. I can't wait to show you all the experience here at the brunch. I'm super excited. I'm even hungry. This is how I look for today. I hope you guys enjoyed this video as much as I enjoyed being excited about this place. I'm here with my friend, and my friend is looking as gorgeous as me. I mean, you'll see her soon in the video. So let's go right into the video. Super excited about this place. This place is really beautiful. So we are going to have the brunch, and we are going to take a boat to the place. I'm super excited. I can't wait to take you there. Akoula is known for their special brunch every Sundays. My friend and I were invited for brunch, so brunch was on the house. Their brand takes place every Sundays from 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. and they offer 3 formulas, which is the virgin formula, which we had tickets for, and it costs 59 CFA, which is about $100 per person. And they have the mom champagne formula, which is 89 CFA, which is about $150. And they have the VIP formula, which is 149,000, which is about $240 each. So our driver is Ghanaian. So you speak English, Anglais?
No.
Why? He's Ghanaian, but he doesn't speak English. Oh, okay. So he's been born and raised here. I'm super excited. We are getting to the island, and I sincerely didn't even know it was an island. But yeah, it's so beautiful. I can't wait to show you all how it looks like when we get there. This is nice. So we are entitled to a drink. Thank you. Merci. Cheers, guys. I'm going to be having round beer flavored. Nigerian and Ghanaian songs here, and it feels so good. They are playing our songs here, so yeah. brings us to the end of this video. I hope you enjoyed watching this video as much as I enjoyed being here. Anytime you find yourself in Assini, make it a point. In fact, when you find yourself in Côte d'Ivoire, make it a point to come here and have a Sunday brunch. Come spend the night here. Come chill out with your family. The vibes are indeed amazing, just as you saw. The people here are great. Really, what's your experience?
The place is really nice. You know, I like water, I like the beach, so I really love it here.
Yeah.
I mean, the aesthetics, the boat cruise, everything was just nice. Good music as well, good food.
Yeah, we've had so much fun that we are all exhausted. So until next time, on my next video from Côte d'Ivoire, I want to say I love you all. Kisses.
Thanks for the support.
Thanks for the support, the love. Ended up getting a ride from the owner to our hotel. I hope you enjoy watching this video. Until next time, I can't wait to show you my next location. See ya!
Vice President, thank you for your time that you've allocated for us. I just wanted to ask that it could be seen that in Ghana here, the job opportunities are limited. When you get to SHS, the only courses that our parents would be forcing and encouraging us to do is maybe science, because they said that science has a lot of opportunities. So please, is there any alternative or like any other way or any course that could yield us a good career when we are done with our senior high studies?
Thank you very much, and that is an excellent question. Because you are already thinking of job opportunities after BCE, which is very good in a sense, you know, because your career path is very important ultimately in what you do. I think that God has given everybody a talent. Everybody has a gift, everybody has a talent. And it's always very important not to be forced to do something which you are not really interested in. You could even be good at it, but you are not very interested in it. It's very important when you think about the future to think about doing things for which you have passion for, you have an interest in, and you have an affinity to do, or maybe a talent for. You see what I mean? Because someone may have a huge talent in drawing, the art, which I was personally very bad at. My favorite thing was drawing amoeba because it can take any shape. But if you want me to draw paramecium, I have a problem, you know, and all of that. Drawing it's a problem for me, but there are some very good artists who can really make it in the arts. You know that government is setting up, a creative arts school because some of the most brilliant and talented people are in the creative arts. So, and there are some people who love debate, love logical thinking, and they want to end up and do law. That's their talent. Don't say that you have to go into robotics. But there are some people too who are mechanically inclined, and they love the science, they love engineering, they love robotics, and that's where they should go. They've got an affinity, they can do that, and you can see Some people are into IT. They have the affinity for it. But when you get into school, you have a taste of a broad number of subjects that will get you a sense of where you probably would be. Because I think that whichever career you choose, if you have a passion for it, you will do well in it. If you choose a career that you don't have a passion for, even waking up to go to work would be difficult. You won't be successful at it. So it's to discover your passion, discover your talent, what really makes you happy. Some people can just be happy helping other people, doing jobs that, maybe I want to be a nurse, and be a doctor. That's my passion, So the job market, of course, of tomorrow is not the job market of today. You must have skills. At the end of the day, when you come out, the job market that you are going to be facing, they're going to be asking you, what can you do? Show me what you can do. Not a certificate, but it's a world now of skills. Can you do something? If you can't be employed, can you work by yourself? If you have the skill to do something, to be an electrician, you can be an electrician and be a first-class electrician. You see what I mean? You can set up a business because you understand entrepreneurship, and you can. So I don't want you to feel boxed in to say, if you don't do science, then it's over for you. No. If everybody has a lot of skills, so the arts also have, a place in job creation and getting jobs and so on. So I think you just find your passion, find your talent, find your interest, and work very hard at it, and you are going to be successful. Thank you very much.
Welcome to another edition of the People and Places show on your favorite channel, GhanaWeb TV. You will not believe where we are today. It's the first and the only waterfall in the entire Greater Accra region, and it also demarcates the Greater Accra region from the Eastern region. It's a beautiful story about the Chenku waterfalls here in the heart of Dodowa. I'm happy to tell you that we have a guest who will be our tour guide today. He will take us around the entire place and tell us the story behind it. And I'm happy, as always, that you could join us to do this. My name is Wondami Hagan. Welcome to the show. Let's take a quick breather. We'll return and then get right to the conversation. Welcome aboard.
Welcome to Chenku Waterfall.
Thank you.
The only waterfall in Greater Accra region. My name is Ludovic Kofi Poenu.
Right, Ludovic Kofi Poenu. that self-introduction. He has an interesting name. Are you Ghanaian?
Sure.
You have a French name?
Yeah, that's given by my father.
I see.
I'm a Ghanaian.
I see. Okay, so he is going to be taking us around the place. He's been here for about 6 years, so he has adequate information to help us know more about this place. So let's not waste more time. Let's just get going. So we are close to the waterfalls. From the entrance, it's about a 1-minute walk to the waterfalls. We'll be there soon. But how long ago did you come here?
About 6 years ago.
And when you came here, what was the place like? I mean, how did you?
No, well cleaned, and we had to put people a lot of effort to make sure that the place is safe and clean for tourists. And it's a lot of work.
You did that alone?
No, I had to put up a team.
Okay.
And people helped me. I had to pay them. And then gradually people start appreciating. And people start coming in every day, special weekend, Saturday, Sunday.
Okay.
The whole place is crowded.
Okay, so who owns the Chenku waterfalls?
A family in Dodowa. The land belongs to them and the waterfall is on the land.
Oh, okay.
And the assembly is talking to them how to develop the place with the collaboration of tourist authority.
Which family?
Odamite Kwe.
Odamite Kwe.
Yeah, in Dodowa.
They live in Dodowa?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So, can you tell us a little about the name? Why Chenku?
Actually, what I gather from the indigenous is that the Obosumasi people started a small god near the waterfall, and they do worship that god.
Okay.
And they come and do some rituals around the waterfall. At that time, no one was coming here. So many years ago.
Okay.
So many years ago. And the name of the god is called Chenku. So everybody named the waterfall Chenku.
Which language is it?
According to people, it's Akwapimchu, meaning kindness.
Oh.
Yes.
Right.
And the place was opened up to people in 80s.
Okay.
By the hunters and the farmers. They
Okay.
started coming in, try to create paths through the bush, the big trees. Then people start following.
Okay.
Then later on, the family decided to, oh, okay, now people start coming here. Let's do something on holidays. So that's where the program started, and they call it occasion, Chenku occasions. 6 March, Easter holidays, Republic Days, Farmers Day, and all those kind of things. That's what they were doing. After that program, nothing happens.
So generally, it has become a tourist site.
Yes.
But like you said, it belongs to the people, a family in Dodowa.
Yes.
But it was named by the Ikriapims.
Formerly, this place was part of Eastern region. Yeah. And they redemarcated the place. Now, it's part of Greater Accra.
Okay.
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 Yeah, but the family acquired this place so many years, early 90s. Okay, by their great-grandparents. They married from Obosumasi. That's brought all this issue of acquiring the land from them. So since then, no one was coming here, only hunters. I heard somebody saying, even sometimes the military had a training here, but I cannot prove that. People have been saying if they were having training in those kind of, because this place was really a small forest.
Oh, okay.
Thick forest. And people
So
could not
they used
come
to
in.
hide here?
Yeah.
Okay. Right. So as it stands, the tourism authority, where do they come in?
No, they got to know about 2 years ago.
About this place?
Yes. And one of the directors came to me and saw me here. He said, oh, somebody told him. So truly I've seen it. So he took my
Let's
name
be going.
And then he invited me to the office. I said, okay, fine. And I explained to him it's a private property. It's not for the community. It belongs to a family and this one. So since then, they have been monitoring the activities here. And they talked to their big boss about it, and they are thinking how to develop the place.
We'll come back to that. But this log here, is that the only... It shakes a little. Is it not
Actually,
scary for tourists?
No, they love it rather.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so before we continue that conversation, we are finally at the waterfalls proper. You can hear water streaming down. This is the stream, but we are going to where the water actually falls from, so that we know where Greater Accra region ends and where Eastern region starts, or vice versa. Okay, so Kofi, I know this place is part of Dodowa, but I mean, when you read and you try to watch a few things about the place, you get to hear some people suggest that it's inside the Dodowa forest. Is this part of the Dodowa forest?
No, this is not part of the Dodowa forest. Dodowa forest is at the roadside, and they have cut all the trees up.
Okay.
And even though this place have big trees and all this kind of, it's not part of Dodowa forest. It's a complete location that is, let me say, close to Eastern region. And Dodowa forest is not close to Eastern region. It's in the heart of Dodowa. And that place is destroyed completely. If you go there, there's no trees.
So the Dodowa forest is no more a Dodowa forest?
No more a Dodowa forest. They sold the land.
Okay, so it's just the name that...
Yes.
Okay, right.
Yeah.
Right. So what kind of people do you have coming here?
Different kind of people, from 5 elderly people, different colors, different tribes, different nationalities, the Germans, the French, the Americans, the Spanish, the Russians, and the Black Americans, and some African citizens.
How do we get to the waterfall?
The other side.
But you mentioned a lot of different countries, I mean citizens from different countries coming here. How many of them are Ghanaians? Do a lot of Ghanaians know about this place?
They are the majority. Ghanaians are the majority. Because these tourists, when they have free time, they come over. But most of the times, the Ghanaians are the most people we see here. They come every day. Every weekend you see them. Families, Ghanaian families, friends, they come.
I see.
They are the majority.
Okay. This place, we are close to the waterfall. We are going down there, but it's a bit rocky. So you would have to watch your step. Let me follow the leader. Okay, so that is the water. I'm going to go into this and dip my feet. Is this always the level of the water? Okay, we'll come back to that, but we are going to learn more about this place when we come back from this short break. We've been talking to Kofi Poeni. He is the manager of this place, and he has more to tell, so stick with us. We'll be right back.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier.
By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
And now, let's learn something interesting about Ghana. Lake Volta is the world's largest artificial reservoir located behind the Akosombo Dam in Ghana. It covers an area of 8,502 square kilometers and is the largest artificial reservoir in the world by surface area. That's all for this week on Facts About Ghana. Until next time, let's get back and learn more with Wanda and her guests.
Okay, so thank you for staying with us. We are back and I'm in the water. So it gets up to a little beneath your knee if you are coming to this rock where I'm standing. But if you want to go a bit further away, then you need to maybe wear shorts or something that is a little above your knee. But this is the Chenku waterfall. The water is very cool and very clean. We are going to learn more about it as Kofi tells us more. And so now I'm just going to walk out and sit on the rock while we continue our conversation. Ooh. That was me back there in the water, and I shared a little of my experience with you. It's cool, and so you should try to visit sometime. Now we are back and we are continuing the conversation with Kofi. Kofi, where does the water from the waterfall stream down to?
To Ashiama, join other streams, and then goes to Sakwana and the sea.
Oh, okay. And the people in the community, do they use the water?
Yeah, sure. Yeah. They use to wash their things. Some drink it, some use to cook. So that's why we always try to protect the water so that people should not swallow it. That's why there are some rules.
Okay, we'll come to the rules. But, I mean, we are here. We know that this place separates Greater Accra from the eastern region. Exactly. So at which point does Greater Accra
where they touch the pool there, that's the end of Greater Accra.
Oh, okay. Down here?
Yeah.
So the whole of the top is eastern region?
Yes.
Wow. One place, two different regions. I mean, it's demarcating two different regions. It's a really beautiful site. So you were saying there are some traditional rules.
Yeah.
It means everybody, not just anybody, can come into the water.
Yes.
So you can visit here,
yeah,
but not
touching or putting your feet into the water.
So what qualifies you?
Women, if they are in their menses, they should not enter the water. Okay. That's the traditional rule. I don't know the consequence of that, but that's what they say you should obey. Sometimes they say when people enter, a lot of strange things happen. I can't tell. I never witnessed those kind of things.
Is it because of the god of the people of Obutumase?
Maybe. The other thing we talk about is that maybe they want to protect the water.
Oh, yeah, from pollution. Yeah.
Because people drink it, people use it. That's the only water source here in the environment. So to put fear into people, they will say, okay, don't do it, this will happen, those kind of things, so that people should not do it.
Okay.
Men or anybody who has fresh cats should not enter, because they don't want, blood vehicle a lot of disease, viruses and bacteria.
So if you have any sore or...
And the water is flowing, never enter the water.
Okay. So those are the only rules, the only
but we have added
rules.
Other rules, like, because people gather a lot here, they bring drinks, food. We don't allow people to come close to the water when they are drinking or eating. and this can pollute the water body. Or if you are swimming, never urinate in the water, come out. Even though it's flowing, come out, because you don't know what your urine contains.
Okay, so you mentioned that a lot of people come here to have parties during the holidays.
Yeah.
When they come aside going into the water, what else? What other activities? Where do they sit?
Actually, we have some benches.
Okay.
But due to some challenges, some people from the community, you know, they do all kind of things. When they go, they are drunk and these kind of things. They destroy the benches, you know. And moisture too, because they are wooden structures, sometimes they get with time, you know, it's wet, this kind of thing. When they do those kind of things, then it's very expensive to be replacing them. So we are thinking of making a concrete bench.
Okay.
So you have a plan, I will start so. The other thing they do is that people come with their food, their drink, their music box, and they play if there's no music.
And they jump.
They dance and they do all those stuff. People bring their games.
Okay.
Those kind of things, yeah.
Is the water always at this level?
No, because we're in the dry season, that's why it has come to this level. But during the rainy season, it's very huge. And sometimes you see the stones are flooded.
Okay.
The whole place is flooded. And another challenge is that sometimes it brings sand. Why sand? Because sand.
So the water is, you actually see?
No, you know, people are developing the top. They are grading, estate developers. So when it rains, the water wash the sand to the stream and bring it all along.
Wow, so the water gets polluted sometimes.
Yeah.
By activities of people up there. Okay, but I asked you where the water flows down to, but where does it come from? From the
Actually,
top
the source is Tutu.
River
Tutu.
Okay.
Coming to Obosumasi, Obosuma has a twin fall there called Adom Waterfalls. So from then it moves down here to Chenku before going to Ashama.
Okay. Now what you don't know is this is just one level of the Chenku waterfall. There's another one up there, and that one, if you come here and you want to go there, you would have to hike for 45 minutes. So we are going to try going there, and that's how we'll end our tour today. But before we go there, I mean, what kind of challenges do you have?
A lot. You know, this place is a private property. The land belongs to a family, and the water falls on the land, you know. So the assembly is in touch with the family with the input of the tourist authority. They are still in discussion.
Which assembly?
Yamoussoukro District Assembly.
Okay.
When they finish, when any decision now, we'll let you know how this place is going to be developed. Okay, but they are in talks. Some people think it's for the community, and they can walk in anyhow to do whatever they like. But we try to challenge them to stop those activities. But it's like it's falling to that yes.
So activities like?
Sometimes they come in smoke.
Okay.
They do all illicit activities
here.
Yeah, that is not good for the tourist sites.
Okay.
You know, it puts the tourist, the clients away. They sing those activities, they shout, and you know, it's disturbing.
So the assembly is working together with the family
and everybody,
to,
all the stakeholders
to deal with that.
Yeah.
You mentioned the police are aware.
Yes, all the
What have they done about it?
Well, they are still working on it, but while we are patient and waiting for them to deal with this situation, to the problem.
Also, the road leading to this place is not too good.
Oh, yeah.
That could also, because it's a beautiful place, and if it's well developed, it will bring a lot of resources.
Actually, the former DC came to us and said, oh, they are thinking about it, they will do something about it, and they will do a culvert on the stream so that people can drive car actually to the gates. Yeah, but we are still, it's about 3 years now, so we are still waiting. We don't know what is happening.
Wow.
Yeah. But after the footbridge, it's farms. We can, unless that place is demarcated properly, then because you can put a road. because we tried to build a bridge and people tried to bring in cars. They were parking people's farm and the farmers got angry.
Okay.
So we stopped those kind of things. Okay. So we are waiting for the assembly.
I think you should also liaise with the tourism authority. That would help build the place
they do talk to us, you know, because it's a private property. They have to do all this in consultation with the family because the family owns the place. Okay. They want a way of developing the place. So they have to really talk to the family that, oh yes, we are ready, but we have to put things on the table, how we go about the whole site. Yeah.
So the resources, I mean, people come here. Yeah. So if a tourist comes here, how much do they pay, for instance?
Yeah, non-Ghanaians pay 10 cedis to enter the place, and Ghanaians 5 cedis.
Okay, okay, right. And that money goes where?
We use part to maintain, to clean the place, and part goes to the family.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. So that's it. We'll continue with our hike, 45 minutes hike. Of course, we'll bring you highlights of that. And then when we get to the top there, we'll wrap up. So let's get going. Other waterfall, like I told you, it's a 45-minute hike. It's going to be some time, but we met these two gentlemen along the way, and Kofi has already introduced them. So since Mr. Otu has been here for about 30 years, I'll just ask him a little about the place. Mr. Otu, you've been Oba Otinaha in 30 years.
Okay, we started 7 years more. Almost getting to 40 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, Oba Hano, now had to sing.
Okay, first in Hayum.
Okay.
Into Maha, just like that. It's about what you have 50 bamboo nano. They be cast park and breeding. 50 wow, the Baham, now hey, papa. Into my phone, just like that. Because wild animals were. As we do.
Animals today.
Oh. Yeah, okay. Na elephant in a bin, and apart from elephant, it took one about to have been a bogon. Now, how you? Now, how you? Never happened to see bamboo naserba. A baccacara would be there. Well, a woman I was a crab bogo. Because it's a big dinner, Kusunuma. I will leave him. That's why I'm all room to but with the wicked be a hacker. Now I call. Then Yanka Sanka, see, Ramatam hanging our window. Yanka Sanka, see, Baha, then you may try to put bar, better and known. The monkeys, black and white one. No one was it's right the pie book one. Now, hey,
now in Sunu, what's your friend Chenku? No, oye obosuma se for onesie. Enyim ebetuma ka bibi kakra fa won ho a.
Usuni di mamutu maka wo hunde. Ami nyimira offer obosuma se na oba. Na mutumu hu se na sanka se fu busuma se no fi fomu. So fi kofufuru na oba fa hoda andande into me and no food busumasi no ba.
But now wahana na why them offending what be worship one gods na de na wahabia.
Yeah, no more run. Na hay papa ba mrambo snaps. Ablafun sen. Snaps no yin kasa preku. To ni nyina guguha. No te dam tam na busumwa.
Okay.
Okay. Na busu anya yemi yeta ye friend na Chenku.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. The sisi ya yendi ya wa henti busu mnamu na uko busu masi. Na mom say afidu na say wo gunsa utumo gunsa ma oka he nyina ko haye busumasi mansasi okay busu yiku no gina
yes Mr. Otu that's there are my a bit of history about the place and see a bit share in general also. Hike is another level of stress. If you, I think Kofi said, I mean, he says that it's better if you come very early in the morning because the weather is cooler and the sun is, minimal. So then you don't get so dehydrated and stressed out like we are now. But we have 5 minutes more to go. So see you at the top. So we are finally here. This is another level of the Chenku Waterfall.
This is Chenku cascade, the upper one.
Okay.
We call this one Chenku cascade.
Chenku cascade.
Yes.
So this is it. This is the Chenku cascade.
The upper Chenku waterfall.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the hike is really difficult, but when you come here, it's a beautiful sight. It's a really beautiful sight. So, is this still Greater Accra?
No, this is Eastern region.
So now we are in the Eastern region. One waterfall, 2 levels, 2 different regions. Great. So you can try this when you come, but like I told you, you need to do this very early in the morning. So you can come here and decide to step in the water or just sit here and have your picnic or whatever it is. The sound of the water alone is refreshing. It's so refreshing. This place is simply beautiful. So you should try coming here. I bet you would enjoy yourself very much. But let's Kofi tell us a little about the hiking and then we wrap up like I promised.
Yeah. We have a club for the hiking. We call Chenku Trails.
Okay.
So to come here, you need to join the club. You pay a fee and you have to be a minimum of 10 people in the group. Then we take off. It takes you 45 minutes to come here. So the hurdles, climbing the hill, passing through the bush, it's not easy. It's a teamwork. Some people don't have the speed. So you need to have patience for them.
You actually can get to the middle of the road and you say, I was like, I won't do this again.
Yeah, but you need to be patient for them and make them to relax a little bit.
Very patient.
Yes, to get back their strength and then you move. Because
but I realized,
at the end, when you're in the middle, you can't go back. It's the point of no return. So then
it's either you come or you come.
Exactly. So you need your mental toughness.
Okay.
It's no more your physical strength. So you have to change your mindset that say, no, I'm not staying here, I have to move. Okay. Yeah. Then you come. Now when you come here, you regain your energy. and then you know.
Right.
Hiking is very good. It makes you tough, mental toughness. It strengthens your bones, your muscles. When you do it first, you say we don't do it again. When you go back, you relax, then you say, oh, you do it again.
You want to come again. Right, right.
And I'm urging people to come for hiking often. Yeah, especially post-COVID. It's really good for your health.
Your health. So I realized one thing is that we probably didn't know everything we should have before coming on this journey, so it was a bit difficult. Yeah. But you can help people who would want to come here. What should they carry along?
Water, some fruit juice, and that's it. After the hiking, you can have your snack.
They should wear
boots,
sneakers.
Yes,
boots.
yes. Okay. Hiking shoes. You know, jersey. You know, that type of
comfortable clothes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that they can move up.
So thank you, Ludovic Kofi Kwenu, for taking us around this place. It's been a fantastic tour. I enjoyed myself. I suffered, of course, because it's tiring, but it was worth it. Like every other tour we've had. At the end of it, you see the beauty of the place and you are refreshed. So we are going to stand in front of this place so you have a beautiful view of the place. And then we'll pan round, and that's how we'll wrap up. So thank you again for your company. This is People and Places. From Dodowa, here at the Chenku Waterfalls, the second cascade of the Chenku Waterfalls. It's I, Kofi, and everybody else on the People and Places team saying goodbye. See you next time. One of the things when you Google what to see in Côte d'Ivoire is this. Guys, this video is in partnership with Lemonade Finance. Lemonade Finance is an app that allows Africans in Canada and the UK to send money to Ghana, Nigeria, and Kenya at 0 fees. They also have the best rates in the market, so you get complete value for your money. You can download the app with my referral link in my description box and get 10% cash back on your first transaction. You can also type in my code STELLA if you've downloaded the app directly from the App Store. It's available on the Apple Store and the Play Store. Hi guys, we are back again. Charlie, I hope you're doing amazing. While watching this vlog, do well to subscribe, like and share. We are currently on our way to Yamoussoukro from Abidjan to see the biggest church in Africa, which is called Basilica of Our Lady of Peace of Yamoussoukro. This trip is a day trip and it's about 3 hours drive from Abidjan. So we are finally here at the bus station, which is called Yebugon. That's the Uber that came here with us. It cost us 5,400 to get here from our Airbnb. Now we are going to pick a bus to Yamoussoukro, where we are going to see the biggest church. And so yeah, this is our Uber driver. Yeah. Salut. So yeah, we're going to pick the bus and then and he's been so helpful. So we got a ticket. He says we have to wait for like an hour before we can join the bus. We are the first passengers. This is how the bus looks like. It's quite comfortable. We arrived at the last stop in Yamoussoukro and we picked a loading taxi which cost us 500 CFA each.
1,000 CFA each, but locals pay 1,000 CFA, which includes a tour guide.
This Basilica here is firstly a church before being a tourist attraction, a resort. For that, every day at 7 o'clock in the morning, people are there to pray. Every Saturday at 11:30, they are there to pray. Every Sunday at 10:30, the big mass. And when people are there to pray, they don't need to pay. For visitors pay because they participate in the maintenance of this area. That is not an obligation that the precision of the guide depends for you.
Okay.
We continue, please.
All right.
Okay. Now, you see inside there, we have 60 pillars of two types.
Okay.
There are the small one there, which are the Doric one, and those biggest, which are the Ionic one.
Okay.
The small one, which are the Doric one, are 48.
Okay.
The number 48 is a 4 and 8. 4 plus 8 are 12, like the 12 apostles of the Bible. This one is from Mother Mary, Our Lady of Peace. This Basilica is dedicated to her. Because the name of this church is Our Lady of Peace of Yamoussoukro. I think that are down to here, 38 meters, just to appreciate the inside of the church. Inside of this church, no light.
No light.
We have only the chandelier just to light the altar.
Which one? Which side?
The chandelier in the middle.
Ah, that one.
Yes. But when it is night and people have some big ceremonies inside, they put on all those bulbs around. All of them are 456.
Wow.
Each one 1,000 watt. They put them up and the inside is light by reflection.
Wow.
You get me? When I'm here and I talk, no more echo. Because they call it the acoustic. The sound system at a three part. At the ons, we have the carpet down and the red part on the seat. They absorb the sound.
Okay.
That here, behind us, we see some small square there and small crosses on the board. They're also coming out to avoid the echo.
Okay.
After the glasses down, explain the Bible story. The glasses around there represent the 12 apostles of the Bible. And the blue part of the dome represents the sky.
Okay.
The dove up is the symbol of Holy Spirit.
Okay.
That the Holy Spirit translate the message to the apostles. The apostles send this message to people into the Bible.
Oh, right.
That we have to read the Bible, to have the information the Holy Spirit send to the apostles, like the Pentecost Day. This is how they plan to build everything.
Oh, right.
Okay, we go outside to continue us in the church.
Okay.
Technician pass there where we see the doors to go inside of the blue part. They go up for maintenance.
Wow.
But from here to the blue part, there are some stairs.
So guys, the place is really, really huge and you can't take videos downstairs. That's why I've been giving you this is audio and pictures or videos of the place. But from here, you can shoot. The place is not big, it's super, super huge. Wow. Just look at this. Look at how big the chandelier is. Oh my God.
You see?
So big. So we are currently outside the church and this is how it looks like from here. Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Oh,
yeah. They are
nice.
the four gospels.
Yeah. And this is the view from here.
Yeah, the main entrance is there. The main entrance. From the main gate to where we enter, we have about 1 kilometer of marble.
Wow.
After this area, this place, before building this church, this Basilica, the place was the coconut plantation of the late President Félix Houphouët-Boigny and his family.
Okay.
That because of the faith he had for God and the peace in his country during his time, he decided to build a church, a Basilica, just to make an offering to God. For that, him and his family make a gift of the land, 150 hectares.
150 acres. Wow.
The fence of the church is 130 hectares. That the part they use is only 72. This part, we call it the esplanade. It have an opening hand like that, just to say welcome to us in the church. This place around are the form of a cross. Saying that this Basilica is the highest in the world.
Okay.
Because the one for Vatican is the 136, this one 158. 22 meters the difference between this one to Vatican Sun.
Okay.
That this one is also wider. That Vatican Sun can accommodate more people because it closed by pillars. For that, they say that Vatican Sun is the biggest and this one the tallest. That normally this one is the biggest in the world. The two biggest. At the left of Vatican Sun, at the right this one. 22 meters the difference between this one to Vatican Sun.
Yeah.
That around this one is Saint Valley of Paris, where they buried Napoleon.
Wow. Then this is really so good. This is a military zone, so no drones are allowed. So I can't fly a drone here. But I hope all the things you have seen here gives a representation of exactly how it is here. This place is very, very huge. Millie, what do you think about this place since I came with you?
I don't know. I feel like I'm in a piece of heaven.
So she says she's in heaven.
Are so deep.
Yeah, and
The
especially
stories are
because
so
we
deep.
learned that growing up in the Bible. So it's beautiful. Yeah. Like the story of the first miracle of Jesus.
Jesus turning wine, water into wine.
Yes,
and all. So they have those drawings on all
the 12
all
pillars
around the church.
Yeah,
all around the church. The Bible stories. Baptism of Jesus.
Yeah, you know your Bible so well.
Yeah, of course. The first sin, Adam and Eve eating the apple and the snake. And then up to this is the baptism of Jesus, like the Savior and all of that. I think this place should be fine.
So yeah, this has been so beautiful. We're about to take some pictures, show you a small tour about this place, and then this is going to end the trip. This tour has been so insightful. The place is too big. I've been walking from the entrance right down to the walkway. It's about 3 minutes walk, and I've been walking. This place is really huge. Just look at this. This is so beautiful. Anytime you are here in Côte d'Ivoire, I would encourage you to visit this place. This is one of the places that you must see when you are in Côte d'Ivoire. So this is Côte d'Ivoire. So guys, this brings us to the end of this video. I hope you enjoyed watching this video as much as I enjoyed being here, as much as I enjoyed my first tour here at this big huge church, which is one popular place to see when you come to the Côte d'Ivoire. So I hope you enjoyed watching this video as much as I enjoyed being here. I came here with Millie. Millie, say hi. Until next time on my next video right here in Côte d'Ivoire. Catch you guys. I love you all so much. Mwah. The taxi guy's number, and he's taking us to the crocodile place, which is very close. C'est bon, c'est bon.
C'est bien.
C'est bon, très bien.
Looks like Millie has been learning so fast with the French. Yeah, so we are going to see the crocodiles, and you guys are coming along. Okaima, yes. Yes. You know crocodile? Oui.
Crocodile.
Yeah, crocodile. So guys, if you want to send money to anyone in Ghana, your family, your loved ones, your mom, your parents, everyone, I can guarantee that sending money through Lemonade Finance is completely free. Don't forget to use my referral code Stella for 10% cash back on all transactions on the Lemonade app. this is their crocodile paw. I don't know if you guys can see. This is one. Look at his head is out. This is how it looks like from here. Hi guys, we are back again, Charlie. When I was coming to Nairobi, everyone was like, come to Carnivore, come and taste different kinds of meat. And so today I'm going to be having crocodile meat for the first time, and I'm going to be tasting other meat. And so I am currently here and you're coming along with me. So let's go. You got to let it 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 go. So guys, the place is really nice. Thank you. I really like Asante. I like the aesthetics of the place. Oh, this is different. I can't wait to enjoy my meal. Thank you. These are what? Sauces. Alright. Thank you. When I was coming to Nairobi, everybody was like, come to Carnivore and come and eat crocodile meat. And so this has just got started. Have you had crocodile meat before? No. So this is your first time? Yeah. Okay, so this is salad and some beef sauces. Beef sauce and some other kind of sauce. And so I'm having porridge as a starter. So this is how it looks like. It's soup. Soup? Yeah. Oh, tomato soup. Oh wow, she said it's tomato soup. And it actually tastes like potato soup.
This honey glazed pork ribs.
Honey glazed pork ribs.
Yes.
Okay.
Start off.
Yeah.
So here we bring everything one after the other. You eat as much as you can until you surrender the blood. No more meat.
No more meat. That's when we give up.
I'm fed enough. I'm fed up. I don't want to see any meat around me.
Okay.
So bring for me dessert menu. I bring the dessert menu. You have a choice of the dessert.
Okay.
And then you have some coffee or tea.
Oh, okay.
All. It's like a buffet.
So,
but it comes one after the other.
Yes. So I'm going to be trying the pork first.
Yes.
And this is the pork.
Put it up.
So this is the pork meat.
Yes.
Okay.
Honey glazed.
Honey glazed pork. Okay.
I have the beef sausages.
Beef sausages.
Yes.
Okay.
The beef sausages. Go for the beef sausages. Sauce for the beef, tomato relish. Where from?
I'm from Ghana.
Ghana. We get many Ghanaians. All of you?
No, I'm Kenyan. She's Kenyan.
Oh, that's great.
Guys, I think they are going to kill me here. Too much food.
You won't die. Chicken goes with garlic.
Chicken goes with garlic, right?
Yeah.
So show us the garlic.
The garlic is the white sauce.
So this is chicken. Chicken goes with the white sauce. And so there are a lot of options here. They have chili, white sauce, green. This is for the lamb. There's also salad. Guys, what I can't wait is to actually try the crocodile meat. That's the main reason why I'm here. So what it is, they're going to be bringing you the food, as many as possible, so you eat. When you give up, then you can raise the Carnivore flag and say, you know what, I am done with my meal. So that's it. It's a very fancy restaurant. I like it. It's very, the aesthetics of this place is really beautiful. And so let's enjoy the meal. This is potatoes. You're invited. Yeah.
This is called medicine. Dawa.
Medicine.
Yes. It's medicine for all the ailments.
Okay.
It has some lime, sugar, ice.
Smell. Okay, what is this? Bamboo straw?
That's bamboo.
Bamboo straw.
A magic stick.
Oh, I see.
For stirring it.
For stirring it.
Yeah.
What?
The beef is on the chicken.
Chicken is on a hot plate.
Yeah. And again, drinks, barbecue dishes.
Oh, nice.
No sauce for rice.
I think my plate is getting full. Guys, at this point, I think we just have to give up because the meat is becoming too much and it's all nice. I like the lamb a lot. The chicken too is nice. The pork. In fact, all the meat is nice. This is passion fruit and mango, right? What meat is this?
This is the ostrich meatball.
Ostrich meatballs.
Yeah, with crocodile.
Crocodile.
And some ox balls.
And crocodile?
Yeah, crocodiles and the ox balls.
So please give me some crocodile.
Okay. Is the crocodile?
Crocodile meat.
Yeah. What about the ox balls?
Yes, I want the ox balls. Guys, the moment of truth. I'm going to be tasting the crocodile meat and the ox ball. Ox balls. Ox balls. Ox balls, guys.
And the ostrich meatball.
Ostrich meatballs. Yes, please, that is. Thank you.
So for the ostrich meatball, we recommend wild berry.
What, wild berry?
Yeah, for the ostrich.
So, for you, right?
Then garlic sauce, which is the white one.
The garlic sauce for the crocodile.
And tomato relish for the ox.
Tomato relish. I'm super excited. Yes, I'm about to try the crocodile meat for the first time. You said it goes with what? The white?
Garlic, yeah, the white.
The white sauce. Okay, so I'm going to try it with the white sauce, a little bit of the white sauce. And guys, you're going to be seeing this for the first time. It's nice. Does it come salty all the time?
Yeah, they marinate it.
Salty.
Yeah.
It tastes like duck meat.
Chicken?
No, like duck meat. That's the taste I get from it. Or maybe it's the white sauce. I have it. Please give me more.
Okay.
What's that? Pork. Pork. No pork. We've had enough of them. So this is a close-up of how it looks like. This is the oxtail. Funny enough, I don't really like the oxtail. It has a funny feeling, and it's very, very, very. It's like it melts. It has a back smelly taste. Like you see those goat meat that has a smelly back, right? That's it. It has. I don't know how to put it, but the crocodile meat, yes, it's nice. I like it. I like it. I like it. So guys, this brings us to the end of this vlog. I totally enjoyed my time at the Carnivore. I had good meat. I tasted crocodile meat for the first time. It was a good experience, but it's quite pricey for somebody who is coming here on a budget. Until next time on my YouTube video, on my YouTube channel, I love you all. Much love from Nairobi.
Whenever it gets to Easter, one of the most anticipated events is the Easter Monday. Today we are here at the Labadi beach to find out how holiday makers will be marking this day. This day is usually marked in Ghana as picnic day. Initially there were restrictions on gatherings, but today, since those restrictions have been eased, we get to speak with management of this place to find out how was business then and how is business now.
Though the patronage is very bad, it's better than the previous time, but though as you can see, the day is still young, so we are hoping for a better day. Yeah, and don't forget today is Easter Monday too, so we're expecting a lot of people, but previously it could have been better than how you are seeing things now. Yeah.
So at what time do you think people will be coming in a lot? What time is right for them to come in?
Oh, they should be in. It's almost 1:30 now, so they should be in by now. Yeah.
So how many people are you expecting, roughly? How many people?
Oliver Twist, as you know, we are always looking for more people, so I can't give you exactly number of people. Yeah.
Currently, we are at the Labadi beach, the main beach, of course. We are going to interact with a number of holiday makers to find out how much they are having fun. Join us, let's talk to some of them. Let's get interactive and find out how much fun they are having.
Things are hard, but now things are normal. And we are here because of the kids always in school. But today I just decided that we should come out so that them to see their colleagues. We don't want any corona, any sickness in Africa again. So I pray for everybody to take good care of himself and happy Easter for everybody.
Okay, you were telling us something that was very boring.
Boring, pa.
So far, are you having fun?
Yes, pa.
Okay.
So this is what the situation was quite good, even from the other last year. This year, the restrictions on so many areas have been lifted. So church activities like today is Monday, Easter Monday, we are here. So during Saturday, Sunday, Friday, we went to church. And today as Christians, we have to come to the beach and enjoy ourselves. So that's why we are here. We came as a group, more apostolic like everything.
I think everything is going well for me. This is my first time of coming to this beach.
Then I believe that after the day, that is what I believe.
So far, you having fun?
No, I just recently came. So we are still on the process for the administrators to do
Massa. Oh, okay. All right, that's nice.
All right.
How about you? How are you spending your Easter Monday?
It's fine. It's very, very fun. Like some of us, today is the first time since. So I'm so glad and happy to see it. It's fine.
Why? Where are you from?
Bono.
There's no sea in Bono?
No. There's no sea in Bono. It's far from there, so there's no sea there.
Okay, so you're happy to see the sea for the first time?
Very happy. Very happy.
Okay, so
this is my
far,
first time of seeing it, and I'm very happy, excited.
Okay, all right, that's nice. How about you? What can you tell us? Are you having fun?
Okay, I'm on any dog lab, I'm having fun. It's a nice experience coming here. This is my first time in Labadi. It's a nice experience being here.
Okay, where are you coming from?
Oh, I'm coming from Bini. Okay, actually, I'm a student at the University of Ghana.
Okay.
But here, we come here as a group. We have a student association campus. So we come here to have fun. It's a nice experience. This is my first time.
Okay,
I've enjoyed it.
That is why I'm saying my wife okay. Probably there for the say like in the farm, I got to be there first starting here. I'm saying everybody in there, you are very okay. You won't buy yourself a book, and yet you get the man. Fans, my man, when you are the man, you are woman, see that. Everything when you are the man.
So this father right here is telling us that he is having fun with his kids because initially, when there were restrictions, but people did not have the freedom to go out, they were always indoors, but now he's here with his kids, his family as a whole to have fun, and you can see that his children are also having fun.
Last 2 years, no one said because of the rain, now I say, and you can even hire Basa, but I'm not going to say the Yareno Mampani, a year, so be a teenager. It's an essay in our tradition, let a ball and a pussy. So I just say, a ball and
it's mobile and waging when you are.
Oh, you buy a dear, your boy on Panama, you buy a dear, right. I was sitting on the family in Anaba. Your boy on Finra, it's only 2 and 2 days about always. You have to come and chill, right?
Okay.
Come on. So anytime, other rain or no rain, you will chill.
We just spoke to this duo here who are telling us that they've had fun. Despite the earlier rains from this morning, they've come around to have fun. They compared the previous year to this year, saying that although the previous years were dull, this year is full of fun.
Yeah, normally I enjoy the Easter Monday through nature God. It's the one rise up so early morning. If there is no God, we cannot rise up and enjoy about the Christmas time. It's time for so many things, so we have to link up right now. And enjoyment is part of give thanks to the Almighty. Which party is about we have to take care and be stable and be steady. But all eyes are not the same, all minds are not the same. By Easter, we believe through nature God, all things shall be well. Wow.
And boy, even if I don't tell you, you can see that people are indeed having fun. We've spoken to some holiday makers and they've told us how much fun they are having. This is Trending GH on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Enam Dorcas Apedu.
The exercise commissioned here has to do with about 130 acres of land that has been encroached by people. Now, government's intention is to reclaim the unencumbered portions of the land. Because residents here have heard that government intends to reclaim the unencumbered portions, they are rushing to develop the land. So we are here just to stop them from developing the unencumbered portions. Then everybody that has got property here is also advised to go to Lands Commission to regularize. I will reserve other comments for the Lands Minister or the Lands Commission to actually come up with. But I want to say emphatically that nobody is touching anybody's building here. Nobody is supposed to touch completed buildings that people are living inside. No. But if you see people doing skirmishes of foundations and what have you, we're pulling everything down. And fence walls around unencumbered portions of the land, we're pulling that one too down. So I will advise the public, especially those who have properties here, not to resist this. Because I've already heard people have gone for Asafo or Langards to prevent the exercise. They should desist from it so that all of us can live in peace over here. That's all. As to the claim that people say they have title to the land or documentation, I think the only place to verify these claims will be where? Lands Commission. You and I cannot verify this documentation. But I have clear directive from the Commission that here nobody has documents. And for the very fact that government is even saying, say, Mumbra, memo document, Muntia, just come and pay a token and get documents to the land you've built on. I think it's a good deal from government to the citizenry. I think we should all applaud government for that. And for our exercise, I think the media too should be there to capture that. Yes, we are not pulling down anybody's structure. We are just reclaiming about 10% portions where they've not done anything. That's all. It's not a big exercise. Though the directive says demolish, but there should be human face to some of these exercises. So we are just taking the unencumbered portion of land, areas that have not been developed. That's all. I think government has plans for the unencumbered portions, so it will not be left bare for further encroachment. That's all. I will blame the assembly. I'll stand here and blame the assembly. The assembly has wantonly failed to stop people from developing, because nobody here has got permit, building permit to what they are doing. But the assembly is looking on and people are building. So if somebody hasn't got building permit and is putting up a building, whether on waterways or on road or what have you, we don't know. And the assembly is just sitting down looking. So I will not blame Lands Commission. The municipality hasn't got Lands Commission office here, but they have the assembly as their backup. And the assembly doubles as what? The security head for the, how do you call it? The municipality. So if they can sit down for this indiscipline to happen just under their eyes, I think we should all blame the assemblies. All
this Akoula festival, and I'm like, yo, I always eat Akoula, but it's so funny to hear that there's a festival going on for Akoula. So yeah, I'm at the venue, I'm about to enter, and by all means, you are coming with me as always. So let's go eat some Akoula. If you don't know what Akoula is, it's a local delicacy by the Airways, and it's prepared just like banku. If you check my video, you see, I'll share the link in the description where I prepared banku. It's the same process. Akoula is made from dry corn which has been milled into a powder, and you add a little water. Some add cassava dough, some can add gari. Yeah, so let's go and eat. You got to let it go. You got to let it go. You got to let it go. You got to let it go.
Akoula Festival, waiting again. So we have a lot of vendors with variety of Attla, Chenku. I see Chenku here. Chenku, octopus, and some eggs and shrimps. Okay, we'll be back. Okay. With Ademe. So yeah, she's dishing it out right now. And here we have the abobitadi. So abobitadi, Ademe stew, and then our Attla. So guess who is about to enjoy her meal? Tastes just like the one we used to have in the Volta region growing up. Okay. And this is pito. This is lamujin. Asana. And sobolo. Oh, okay. I think I will take asana. How much is one asana? Okay, I want one. I want one asana.
enjoyed yourself just as much as I enjoyed myself here. There were games, I met old friends, I had Attla, the main reason for coming here. And yeah, so until then, in another vlog next Wednesday. Oh God, I just belched, so it means the food went well. So yeah, let's go guys. Bye. I am doing video. Yeah. So guys, thank you all for watching. I hope you enjoyed this. Yeah, so I think that's
Energy Commission, Mr. Oscar Amununeza is here with us. ECG MD, Mr. Kwame Ajimambedu is here with us. My brother, the Deputy Minister for Energy and MP for Karaga, the Honorable Dr. Mohammed Amin Adam is here with us. My other brother, the Deputy Minister for Energy and MP for Efija Kwabre South, the Honorable William Oreku Edu is here with us. Also with us this morning is the Minister responsible for Energy and Member of Parliament for Menchia South, the Honorable Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempeh. This morning's brief will focus on about 4 major issues. You would recall, and just a bit of a recap, a little over a year ago, we announced to you an elaborate series of works that were going to take place, some on the GridCo side, some on the distribution side. And I recall we even traveled with many of you, our colleagues in the media, when the works started. And you saw your brothers and my brothers hanging on high-tension pylons doing a lot of works as part of the retooling. You saw the works that were ongoing around the Pokwase and Accra West, Kaswa stations, for which purposes a lot of outages needed to be occasioned, and a program that was rolled out. I recall the conversation that almost started at the time that Dumso had started, and we had to explain over and over again that at that time. Minister, you recall, those were your words. Dumsiesi, not Dumso. There was a second part of that that was announced but was deferred. And it is time to get into a bit of that. It's part of what we'll talk about today. This morning, Minister, as I mentioned, we're speaking to 4 things. One is keeping the lights on. Keeping the lights on. And marrying that with the various works that are ongoing, and therefore what you can expect during that process. Secondly, energy is a major input for economic activity. So he'll be speaking about keeping the nation moving. So apart from keeping the lights on, keeping the nation moving, and our energy supply requirements to keep the nation moving. There's also a big subject of Ghanaian content and Ghanaian participation in our energy sector. Honorable Minister will speak about that. And then globally, there's a big conversation about the energy transition. And the energy transition conversation is also being affected by very recent developments that are also causing some persons to even question the energy transition, whether or not indeed we need to go as green as has been advertised to us, or because of some of the considerations around the world, we still have to do a lot more work in the fossil fuel area. So that's a 4th matter that Minister will be speaking to this morning. So 4 things: keeping the lights on, keeping the nation moving, Ghanaian content and Ghanaian participation in the energy sector, and the energy transition, the Ghana narrative. What does Ghana do while this energy transition conversation is ongoing in the midst of the various schools of thought and the various developments? I want to ask you to join me with a round of applause to invite up the podium the Minister responsible for Energy, Member of Parliament, the Honorable Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempeh.
Good morning. Thank you, Honorable Minister for Information, and my good friend. True, we spoke to Ghanaians and illustrated the fact that there's currently a lot of ongoing works amongst the transmission systems, and that may necessitate putting the lights off at particular times. Yes, ECG came out with a lot of load shedding program in the areas that will be affected. And the reason was simple. Because of the fact that we have improved the transmission system a bit, the normal curtailment that should have occurred with the transmission outages was sometimes deferred or minimized by ECG bringing lights from another distribution network. We had to pause and defer during the Christmas time because we couldn't understand why we should celebrate Christmas with parts of the country in Dumso. That work recommenced on the 9th of April, just last weekend. But before even that work commenced, the general discussion started was whether we have enough generation capacity to meet our growing economy and whether we even have enough fuel to keep the nation moving. We in the Energy Ministry know that Ghanaians will judge us and probably the government on our ability to put the lights on. And in the midst of this Russia-Ukraine war and the global supply link problems, whether we'll be able to have fuel to move our cars and move the economy. Today's presentation, we will try to explain what the ministry is up and about with all its 16 agencies. And during question time, some of the heads of the agencies may answer the questions as appropriate. Today's objective is to demonstrate how we are trying to keep the lights on, keep the nation moving, demonstrate Ghanaian content and Ghanaian participation, and energy transition as we face that challenge. Our main objective as a ministry is to ensure there is stable, realistically priced, and universally accessible electricity, ensure availability and realistic pricing of petroleum products. So true, petroleum products pricing, we are all feeling it, it's going high. We hope to increase the crude oil reserve in this country to improve revenue for the economy. Ensure that Ghana's energy transition happens according to our development agenda. And ensure that with our newfound wealth of oil and in the energy sector, Ghanaian content and Ghanaian participation is paramount. When we talk about keeping the lights on, what existed or what still exists, even though we have been trying to negotiate, are varying power purchase agreements that has led to excess capacity payments. Even though there are government guarantees, all these contracts are still take or pay. Whether you need the lights or not, once the generator generates it, you have to pay for it. That is not made better by the punitive tariff methodology that we have, that PURC tariffs escalate when you use more energy. You might assume that with excess energy in the market, the PURC tariff will be transparently open and such that we would encourage Ghanaians to use energy more. But that tariff is still stuck in the late 90s when it was introduced. That allows you to, forces you to conserve energy. So the more energy you use, the higher you pay. What we are doing in the policy directive, what we have said going forward, that no longer are we going to do take or pay. Every power generation that is going to come will be take and pay. So we'll pay for the power that we take. We will also ensure that we increase our generation capacity as and when necessary. Some talk about 8,000 megawatts of power PPAs that have been signed that have not reached commercial realization. And we'll also ensure that in our power mix, we increase the amount of renewable energy, or clean energy for that matter. So no longer are we going to do take or pay, we're going to stick with take and pay. Like any other business, we wouldn't sacrifice government guarantees and still do take or pays. We will decide that we are going to buy the energy at a standard price like every commodity. The tariff will be dominated in Ghana cedis and pesos, not in dollars, because since the year 2007, the Foreign Exchange Transaction Act under the Bank of Ghana precludes or ensures that all goods and services in Ghana should be paid in the local currency. The first table or graph that we will see demonstrated that since the year 2016, when our total generation was 3,795 megawatts, we have been incrementally adding generation to the year 2021. At no time has our peak demand exceeded our generation capacity. So when people start shouting that we don't have enough to put the lights on, I say that is not the issue. Even that was not the issue 4 years before Nana Akufo-Addo came into office. Because we have had enough generation system in the thing. It's been either financial challenges that has not allowed us to pay for the fuel or something else. So the graph shows that. I hope we can all see it. And every year since 2017, you will see that we have been incrementally adding more generation as and when it's necessary. So far, we have an installed peak of 5,288 megawatts, and our highest system peak load that we have experienced was in March 18, 2022, and it was 3,469. Obviously, there's enough room between 3,469 and 5,282. We are continuing with the upgrade system in our transmission network. The Kumasi-Kintampo section of the transmission with a line going up to Bonga, Bupe and Burkina Faso, we've completed that transmission network. But that is not all. As we try to tackle the other bottlenecks in the transmission network, we have not been particularly happy about incidences happening around the same time in 2s and 3s. A couple of days ago, we had our Abuaze switchyard burnt. It was burned down, and it has led to a lot of intermittent power curtailments in parts of Western region, Central region, and even Accra. It has affected even parts of Accra. Because what GreenCo is striving to do is to put the whole network in a circuit such that you can wheel energy wherever you are needed efficiently with automatic meters and stuff in there to ensure that even when they stay in the office, the power can be put on. But that has also meant that they increasingly having trip-offs if the load imbalance it's unfavorable to the system. So the system decides to shut itself down to prevent machine and equipment losses rather than put the lights on to cause those equipment too. And for some of the lines that we are changing, they are so outdated that they are congested and it's causing increasingly trips in parts of the country. So it's true that parts of the country are experiencing intermittent power charges exactly because of a combination of factors, the work that we are doing and the power itself also giving up. So just around the time the switchyard caught fire, What keeps the voltages stable in the new Kaswa substation that we went to see is the machine called SVC that keeps the power stable. The charges on those machines, the ends started also burning. So we started dropping voltages from Kaswa to parts of Accra, and we are working hard to maintain those voltages. So even though we are happy that Kaswa system, we have also commissioned it and it is working, parts of the Kaswa system are also going off because of the congestion and everything else that is happening. So yes, very soon we'll have to put the Kaswa back on and commission it formally. So as we are even progressing with the network upgrade, the transmission line strengthening, things are not also working well for us, but we have to bear both and hope that we can get on top of it. So it's true, and it is very true, but I'll bear with Ghanaians. I hope that Ghanaians bear with us so that we are not going to sleep. We are going to work around the clock to make sure that we sort it out so that we keep the lights on. As we are strengthening the transmission system, we are also putting in place loss reduction strategies. The distribution setup itself through ECG and NEDCO. We have the meter management systems that ensures that remote and early detection of faults within the transmission system also happens. We have geographic information system to ensure that location of problems and the inventory and stuff that are needed in particular areas, we can even monitor it remotely. And also improve the workings within ECG through an enterprise resource planning system, and move on to ensure that the amount of electricity we put in particular areas in Ghana, we can account for every single item. So we have realized that recently the National Revenue Protection Task Force is going out. It's going out because the amount of energy ECG is putting in the system is not getting the commensurate amount of money back to ensure that it becomes financially viable. And companies that are reliant on ECG for their finances also get enough money. So the National Revenue Protection Task Force is out in full swing. Because we complain when we don't have the energy, and we don't pay for it when we don't have the energy, when we have the energy. It can't. Something must give. So to ensure we employ all Ghanaians, that the little energy that ECG gets to you or NEDCO gets to you, pay for it. The attack on ECG staff or NEDCO staff, the butchering of NEDCO workers because they are doing their normal duty, is not going to be tolerated. So I keep showing this slide to everybody. The amount of money ECG doesn't collect from figures within ECG, their commercial losses and their collection losses. I mean, theft, those who are stealing, and the meters, those who are bypassing their meters, those whose meters are not working, and those who don't even have meters but also have electricity. It's costing ECG nearly 3.2 billion Ghana cedis. 3.2 billion Ghana. Even in current exchange terms, over 700 million or $400 million. So if ECG loses $400 million averagely, and that is even more when you look at the 2021 table, it's even more than that. If it loses that amount of money, which other company can be viable if you continue to lose the amount of money that the ECG loses? And that ECG loss is our inability to pay, or willingness to pay, or power theft. So the National Revenue Protection Task Force would not visit the Ministry of Information very soon, but will definitely visit the Ministry of Information. They have visited my ministry, Ministry of Energy. Every Ghanaian must be responsible and pay for the energy he or she consumes, or else you'll be visited by the Revenue Protection Task Force. The implementation of the cash waterfall system ensures that all these power generators are paid. Those who generate the power, those who transmit the power, and those who distribute the power are paid. So if ECG doesn't collect enough, nobody gets paid well. And there's a tendency that these companies will want an increased tariff so that they can be paid better. I can assure you that we are resisting the calls for increased tariff till we sort out our losses. The more better we sort out our losses, the more we can properly declare whether we have to, or we must increase the tariff. But first, if you are losing so much, how do you convince me that I should let you increase tariff? First, if PURC doesn't reform its tariff methodology and structure such that when you have excess capacity, you are not penalized for using energy, you are rather encouraged to use more energy. Then, after those two measures, we can see our way forward in our tariff structures. Because, again, in sub-Saharan Africa, Ghana is probably the second or third country on the list with the highest electricity access rate. It means that it is costing a lot to take electricity to all the parts of Ghana we have to. And at least the distribution companies must be supported with our payment and prompt payment of our electricity bills. The current national electricity coverage is 87.03%. We hope to reach by the end of His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo's reign to have gone to 90% plus. That will make that Ghana has reached our SDG 7 goal of at least 90%. And I know that my agencies like WePower, VRA are working hard to improve the generation and also working hard to make sure that electricity is everywhere to ensure that we reach the national coverage. In our commitment in the power side, we want to improve grid stability. Why? Because I stood on this same podium and informed Ghanaians that transmission network between Kumasi and Accra in the north is so congested and is an old system such that Kumasi and the north, Kumasi especially, has become a bottleneck for everybody. I am not an engineer. So when the engineers tell me they don't sleep because they are finding it difficult to ensure and give us stability in the transmission network, we have to put our heads together and do what is necessary. In order to ensure that there's great stability, because all our generation assets, or most of our generation assets, or if not 90% plus, happen to be on the seashore area from, even Akosobo is near the seashore, coming all the way to Takrady. Everything is around that part. And we have to wheel all this energy way up to Ghana, especially made worse when Bui was not functioning as 100% as it should. When we came into office, Bui was not down in the sense that Bui was not stopped, had not spoiled or damaged or anything, but there was no water, so Bui was not producing. Fortunately, about a month or two after I got into office, the dam became so full that the Minister for Chieftaincy, who had transmogrified to become the Chief Executive of Bui, was in my office, pleading with me that they should wheel the power because there's more water than he needs now in the system. So it shows that to stabilize the grid, you need to balance where the generation is coming from. And Kumasi has been an albatross. In fact, the people of Kumasi are suffering more than any other parts of the country in intermittent power outages and things. They think, some of them have called me to say they think that they are being sabotaged. But it is not sabotage, it's a pure engineering problem and engineering failure that we have to address. That means we have to put generation in Kumasi. Thank God, VRA itself wants to relocate their Siemens plant, 80 megawatts to Kumasi. Gridco intends to put an SVC machine so that the voltages can stabilize in Kumasi. AXA Power wants to put over a 250 megawatt plant in Kumasi. Car Power also wants to put another over 200 megawatt plant in Kumasi. At least what it will do, that it will stabilize the grid and support the Gridco operations and support loads up north. Like I said, we will continue with the rehabilitation works between Accra Central and Kasua to ensure that we complete the circuit. We still know that there's some work to do in ECG being able to distribute the energies between their substations and the ECG substations in Kumasi to ensure that when one place gets off, we can support with electricity. We had the baptism of fire this morning here, and it's our ability to transfer load from one area to another that's going to ensure that this meeting has occurred, because there was lights out. Lights out because, yes, it has happened. It has happened. One of their substations in Achimota has lost one of their transformers, just as we proceeded to come here. We committed ourselves after Paris 2015 to employ more clean energy into our system. Two things that means we have to do. We have to employ more solar or more hydro or all these clean fuels, or more wind power, more geothermal if it's possible, more wave technology power if it's possible, and nuclear power. So in this country, we are pursuing our advantages in solar and nuclear power to ensure that at least the base load that is necessary for industrialization, which we have been reliant on hydro in Ghana for a long time, and now gas, probably because God has blessed us, we would increase our use of probably nuclear as well. On the nuclear side, we've selected a site for putting up a nuclear power plant and also selecting a country partner to assist us in that. Our effort in the nuclear power area is being done under the auspices of the IAEA, such that Ghana conforms to international best practice standards, and people don't start thinking that we want to go into nuclear because we want to produce other things that are not good for the world at large. Like we said earlier, in the solar area, main energy, VRA, BUI, are all increasing their generation in this area. And also, for islands on the Volta Lake and the far-to-reach places, we have adopted a technology of mini-grid, self-catering mini-grids in these islands, because it's not economical, or virtually we don't have the money to put the national transmission network through the river or under the seabed, under the riverbed to send electricity there. So we have adopted these off-grid solutions. And this year, we plan to do 3 off-grid solutions in Ada area in Ghana here. We are also at the same time improving the stoves that we use to cook, called improved cook stoves. So far, we have distributed over 240,000, and we are still distributing more to ensure that those who are cooking with charcoal cook with charcoal more efficiently and also transit to gas in due time. So we want to do 38 mini-grids, or we've done 38 mini-grids. We've put 35,000 solar home systems on some schools, senior high schools and things, and we'll continue to ensure. We would also support the general populace who want to adopt solar in their houses, because you can put solar panels in your house, and at least for the 2 most expensive things, water heating and air conditions, we have air conditions now that you can connect even to solar. And there's a net metering system abroad that if you produce, storing solar is expensive because the discharge rate is less than 50% from even the best batteries we have so far. So we want people to produce more energy, but be able to sell the excess if they don't need it. Because in Ghana, we all go to work or find some work to do during the daytime, and we rush back at home. So our peak times is in the evening. But in the afternoon, when the sun is up and we are out, if you put the solar systems in your house, you don't need to store. We would encourage you to sell it to ECG or your distribution company, and such that you sell it to ECG not at a loss, but at a profit to ECG. So ECG is very happy. We have ongoing renewable projects like the BUI power. They've signed over 150 megawatts of solar panels. And interestingly, BUI power has studied being able to put solar panels on their river surfaces. I think if it works out well, which I believe it is working, then all our hydro surfaces can be populated with these solar panels to help us in generation. It will do 2 things for us. In this country, Where we can put a lot of the solar panels is in the north. That is precisely where we find it difficult evacuating power from, because we have to build the substations and other infrastructure to be able to wheel power from the north. But at least, wherever there's a hydro dam, there's already a substation that exists in that place. And so hybridizing the solar panels and the hydro dams will be a more efficient usage, both in the conservation of water and in our ability to pump energy across the country. So we are encouraging all the hydro surfaces, even including Ghana Water, their water surfaces, their few dams that they have, they can still put solar panels there to assist in generation of energy for use. We are experimenting with solar panels in Jubilee House to make Jubilee House even more efficient. Like we said, we'll continue distributing the cook stove and improve that one to gas with time under our LPG for National Development Program. So basically, these are some of the efforts we are trying to put in place, or we have put in place, to ensure that we continue having our lights on. The second part is keeping the nation moving. Not long ago, the galloping effect of petroleum prices was the talk of the town. Everybody was worried, because well, we don't produce, even if we produce crude in this country, we import more petroleum products to the ratio of 5:1 than the crude we produce in this country. So when you hear people saying, oh, you are making profits from your export of crude, use it to balance your import of petroleum product. It is not a one-to-one relation. We don't generate enough to meet our importation bill in that ratio. So yes, government is doing things in that side to cushion, even though we might not feel it, but to cushion the effect of a galloping petroleum product price to everybody. What is interesting are the countries that are exporting huge. Africa, #1 exporter of petroleum or crude, is Nigeria. For months, they have been having shortages at their pumps, petrol stations. So, how come? United States is the #1 exporter of petroleum products now in the world, but petroleum products at their pump prices has doubled. So it is not simple to say that even if you have crude, your petroleum products, because the whole global logistics supply and speculators who are involved in distributing the products, those are keeping the prices high. So what have we done? In fact, MPA, I don't see anybody from MPA here. Okay. The Ministry of Energy, together with MPA and all the bulk distributors through their chamber, Seaboard, we went to Bank of Ghana and we explained to the governor our problem. Our problem was the forward pricing of products. Because if he's going to bring products 6 weeks' time, he has to speculate on what the Ghana cedi to dollar will be in 6 weeks' time, so that when he brings products, he can sell at a price that when he takes the cedi, he can get that dollar at least and not lose at the bank. And that meant that when the cedi started depreciating rapidly, the BDCs in their forward prices through MPA were shooting up their forward pricing index. So BDCs were forecasting to deliver probably in April and May around 9 cedis, 50 pesos a dollar. So we went to the governor and said, Governor, if you don't step in, we are dead, because all the work that you are doing on your side will come to no effect, because these BDCs demand or are needing nearly $200 to $300 million a month for our crude, for our petroleum supply. They listened, and they put in place measures to stop that forward basing price. So if you have realized, the prices have stabilized and have even come down, because the governor instituted a direct forex auction for the BDCs after listening to them. The second one is putting them on a credit bureau so that we will see that the BDCs don't go to many banks in chasing their dollars, and then it's hidden from everybody. So a BDC may go to 3 banks for the dollar requirement, And the 3 banks might all give the money to the BDC. Or all the 3 would not give. So it was very worrying. But putting them on a platform where everything is transparent, that means you collect only the amount of dollars that you need. It has stabilized the prices a lot. And if I heard the chamber just about a couple of days, they were saying that because of what Bank of Ghana has done, their contracts are being maintained instead of being cancelled. Because some were losing their contract because the IOTs were saying that if we brought you crude, even when you took the cedis, it would not give us our equivalents in dollars. So they were running away from their contract. But thanks to Bank of Ghana, and again, I say thanks to the government's leadership, we have it. And interestingly, we have petrol. Like I said, it's better to have it and not probably be able to pay than not have it and it's even zero price. You can go and fill it for free. If petrol was free and we didn't have it, what use would that be? But if we sort out the problem of the cedi and the dollar, which the Bank of Ghana has assisted us, to bring confidence in the IOTs, in the international oil traders, to still bring products, we would be in a very comfortable position. At least going forward, there will be petrol available to keep the nation moving. The second thing we did was also to allow, carefully for the next 6 months or 3 months, to allow the international oil traders not to bring their petroleum products in ships and then say, if you are ready, I'm giving you products, but to bring the products in country, into terminals, custom-bonded terminals, so that if, say, the 3 main big players here, Glencore, Trafigura, BP, if they establish these supplies using the support of BOST and TOR and themselves, putting their products in terminal in the country, we can be assured of availability of fuel products, especially for the month of May, June, and July, these are very, very tricky months. So we've worked together with MPA and all the BDCs to ensure it happens and putting a regulatory regime around it so that we can assure the BDCs that they were not going to be outstaged by the IOTs in that. But those 3 things that so far has been done would ensure that there will be availability and the nation will keep moving as far as petroleum products are concerned. The first thing we did was to look at the margins, because as the Minister of Energy, I've had complaints from all the big players of petroleum products into the country, complaining that the margins are being manipulated unrealistically for a weaker petroleum price. What does that mean? 2 fuel stations next to each other. One is selling fuel a liter at 4 cedis, and one is selling a liter at 6 cedis. You begin to wonder where from that fuel that is being sold at 4 cedis. It might be good for the consumer, but we are not sure about the quality, and we are not sure about the source. So they have already written letters to us that the deregulation needs to be carefully managed, or else it will put even the bigger players out of the market. And we are in an economic area where fuel from other sources were also very rampantly available. National security has always been seizing truckloads, shiploads of adulterated fuel being offloaded onto the shores of the country. So we looked at the margins and we said, okay, we will peg a margin within a range such that the unregulated part becomes also regulated within a margin space. So that if we come and your fuel prices is way out of whack, we can trace back and find out how come you are selling it. And thankfully, the Association of Oil Marketing Companies agreed with us, and we set a margin or a range for the margin for dealers in our fuel areas. Government also decided to take a whack in some of the margins that support us. When it's become critical like now, we are all running to BOST. If there's a company that is supporting fuel availability in the system now, it's BOST. But in times of plenty, everybody turns against BOST. Why are you collecting BOST levy? Why are you collecting BOST margin? BOST is our security as a country. It needs to provide more storage such that we get 6 weeks of strategic stocks. What I mean 6 weeks of strategic stock is that government doesn't have the money to go and buy fuel and store that we would use for 6 weeks. But if BOST has depots that can put in 6 weeks of strategic stock from private people, then in times of crisis, government can have the first stake on those fuel, even though we have to pay. Because you might have the money and there's no fuel. But the stock, if we can implement the BOST strategic stocks, that if we have the money, there will be available fuel. And that is exactly what the IOTs are intending to do over this crisis period. So we all have to realize that it is our collective interest to support BOST to become efficient. I'm not saying we should support BOST to increase its efficiency. We have to support BOST to become more efficient and more profitable in managing its resources for the betterment of all of us. Also, two things. Another thing, fifth one, is to ensure that as a country, we put our refinery back to work. It's very, very interesting that in the early 2000s, 2008, 2009, 2010, 2012, BOST was working. It was making some losses, but it was working. It was refining. Once we hit commercial production of crude, BOST has no longer found this space to work. Tor. Sorry, Tor. But if Tor was in production, the pressure on the dollar from at least the petroleum side wouldn't be as acute as it has been. If BOST was refining and producing, say, 40% of our national needs from crude, because we don't always have a direct link between crude prices and petroleum product prices. It's not a straight line, because other things come in. And refined products are far more expensive than unrefined products. So and you get more out of unrefined products than refined products. So if BOST was, if Tor, why did you come and sit here with your beard? If Tor was refining, one, it will guarantee jobs for the many Ghanaians working there. Two, we'll be getting more petroleum products out of the crude that we bring to Tor, and it will be better for us. Even the last bit is that we'll be getting bitumen for our roads as well. Now you go and buy refined products, you have to import also bitumen to come and do our roads. So collectively, every effort must be made to ensure that Tor comes back to work. We are listening to the experts. Some strategic partners have already applied. A committee is being set up between Public Enterprises, SIGA, Energy Ministry, and Finance Ministry to look at these proposals to ensure that we select a partner that would invest in Tor to make it an efficient operating refinery for the betterment of us. So that work is also ongoing. The last but not the least is that we have established the petroleum hub in Western region. I hope Greenco will take lights there very soon. And that is supposed to do three things for us. Not only would it ensure a lot of people are gainfully employed, it will also ensure a security in our petroleum value chain. Because we would have many refineries there. We plan about 3 refineries there. We're planning a fertilizer factory there for food security as well, because fertilizer needs a feedstock from gas. We are planning other lubricants operating in industries there. If we do, and which I know by the grace of God it will happen, we'll be very, very reliant on the values of these refined products in this country. So if Jomoro is the source of 1 million barrels of refined petroleum products and all these other things, we might not have to struggle and go and look for international oil traders around the system. So we are working very hard to ensure that the petroleum hub becomes manifestly, patently available. And we are working on that. The other way is also to increase your reserves in this crude area. So you go to your upstream and you have signed agreements, and that agreement entitles Ghana to a certain amount of crude. If we want to become more self-reliant as a country, we have to try and increase our reserves on these petroleum agreements. If 15, 20 years ago, we had only 5%, we should be struggling for 20, 30, and probably having blocks that we can operate on our own. The more reserves you do, the more crude you have, and the more revenue. It's a simple relation. So we are working very, very, very hard to ensure that at least, as I came to meet it, Ghana improves their take on their oil resources from our fields. We have successfully negotiated the purchase of 7% more stake in the Jubilee fields through the acquisition of shares from Anadako that had been pending for years. Successfully concluded that. It means that Exploco GMPC would have more revenue. And also, the capacity GMPC has built can be put to better use, because the higher your stakes, the more you can get involved in the operatorship on your own or in partnership with other entities. So we have acquired more stake in the Jubilee and 10 fields. The operator working on that field has also brought about a program that a few years back, when we were contemplating even changing operatorship by selling the stakes in our Jubilee and 10 fields, now they have come back with renewed vigor. That's what a good government does. People have faith, people have confidence, and people are prepared to reinvest in even marginal or dying fields. And that is what is happening in that field. The Attla group wants to invest more money to extract more resources for the betterment of all of us. It's a win-win situation. And we, as a country, as a ministry, are supporting Attla in ensuring that the value maximization plan succeeds. Not only that, there are other fields that are overlapping. They call it straddling, that the resources are shared among two contiguous fields. We are working hard such that they develop that field as one to reduce the cost in the field development and to mean that we get more revenue out of it. So instead of allowing two separate developments that will cost maybe 7 billion each, the one development, 7 billion, should cater for both fields. And it means that there will be more money available and more for the development of. Very soon, probably in the next couple of months, we've taken the position that my next topic will be energy transition. But we've taken the position, the President has taken the position that we should not let our God-given crude reserve become ghosts on the ground. We want it to become gold, not ghosts. Because the energy transition and the movement of the whole world from fossil-based fuels to clean energy might mean, and we have seen it, but for the Russia-Ukraine war, the decisions that have been taken above our heads, that there's not going to be any investment in crude. Thankfully, God is still smiling on us. Now, the West itself is realizing that, hey, maybe we should take our time in doing that, and that even gas is a better fuel than anything that we can support. So we have to take advantage of making sure that the window of opportunity that has been created, Ghana utilizes it all. So I have had word with Petroleum Commission and GMPC that very soon we would invite for direct negotiation almost all the possible blocks in Ghana. Almost all the possible blocks available in Ghana. And I want to repeat, we invite for direct negotiation almost all the possible blocks available in Ghana. So they are working on it. Some say it's 10, some say it's 15, some say the more the merrier in this case. So I've given them up to the end of April to make sure that all the blocks are available. And we transparently invite people to come and bid. At least, if we put more blocks out there, our chances of getting more and increasing our reserves gets higher. it comes to the next issue, is the energy transition. When we went to Paris, we decided to become part of the global community of nations that felt that the temperature rise in the world must not get above 1.5. So all countries were asked to make commitments. And one of our commitments we did in Paris was outside the legacy energy fuels that we had. We are going to increase our renewable mix in the energy mix, or renewables in our energy mix, to at least 10% at the year 2030. So if 2030, we have 5,000 megawatts or 6,000 megawatts, it means that we discount Akosombo and Bui because it was already there. That's how we suffer in these negotiations. We discount them and say from now, from that time, 2015, what we had, up to 2030, what we add, we have to have at least 10% of that in renewable. Like I said, renewable in Ghana means 80% probably solar, and about a few areas that we can do wind, and our efforts in nuclear. So that's what the energy transition is with. We have decided that this is a huge change, because Africa and Ghana, for that matter, contribute very, very, almost 0% to the global carbon dioxide emissions. So to be told that when you are as slim as me, and to be told to watch your diet, if you're not careful, the diet and the watch might be watchful waiting. Your relatives will be near your bed singing because you went to sleep and you woke up no more, because the balance has been taken off somewhere else. So this has decided that we in this country must sit and plan how we are going to. India came to COP 26 and said, we've heard all what you said, but we cannot join our commitments to 2070. China said, yes, we've heard you, but we'll still build our coal plants to about 2000 or 20,000. So every country's responsibility is to ensure, yes, we are heading towards thermal energy, but I thought he who has more gives more. So Africa is fighting for the position that we have not contributed much. So if you say we should cut, then give us the technology and give us the finances to ensure that we can join you. So we in the ministry have taken the bull by the horns, led by the MP for Karaga, Mohammed Amin Anta, Dr. Mohammed Amin Anta. I mean the proper doctor, Dr. Mohammed Amin Anta. I accompanied my friend to go and get a doctorate. It was in a Dubai restaurant. Dr. Dr. Benasanti would not like to sit with another doctor whose PhD was from a Dubai restaurant because he earned his. He earned his. We don't want that. We don't want that. Dr. Abidjan is leading the charge. They are going from every region to every region, meeting all stakeholders, soliciting their views, exchanging information with them as to how we can conduct ourselves to get to where we want to get to. I'm sure they would, and all the ministers in energy are going, some went to Dambai, some went to everywhere. Every regional capital will be visited. And after that, they will come back to Accra where they launch the program and have a series of national engagement with national bodies in Accra, like fuel tankers, operators, everybody will get involved because we have to not sleepwalk into the energy transition. We have to plan and get into where we want to get to. The transmission systems are part, the distribution systems should be made efficient, and the generation systems should be made efficient. In fact, in the year 2020, government went to Parliament to ensure that we amended our Renewable Energy Act, to ensure that all corporates, all citizens contribute their quota in this direction that we are going. We hope they will report back soon, and the results and the program of action that will come out of that transition will lead to a national transition plan that we can all adopt as a country. The fourth and the last, because of time, is the Ghanaian content and Ghanaian participation. In the energy sector, we have the upstream petroleum area, we have the downstream or midstream downstream petroleum area, and then we have the power area, power and petroleum. We've already passed local content laws and legislation in the area of the upstream. We have even gone forward and said that if you come and get a petroleum block, a Ghanaian entity or indigenous Ghanaian company should have 5% of that stake. All the companies or the contracts that are coming under Ghanaian participation should be paramount. We've ensured, it's left with our policemen, GMPC and PC, to ensure that in that area of local content and Ghanaian participation, it's not a few Ghanaians who have formed thousands of companies benefiting alone. That was not the intention. And it is the responsibility of GMPC as management members of these petroleum agreements and PC as the regulator to ensure that it's not Matthew Poku Prempe who has formed company A to Z getting contracts A, B, C, D. No. The wealth is for all Ghanaians. And the intention of the Ghanaian content is to ensure that many Ghanaians participate. So I thank Petroleum Commission for embarking on capacity building and training in all the various areas that happen under the upstream. Because if you don't have a Ghanaian as an undersea welder, or underwater welder. Separately, if there are thousands of jobs there, you don't qualify. So to be able to claim Ghanaian content, you have to train Ghanaians to be able to do that. And I hope that PC continues to work that. Also, in the power side, the Energy Commission has worked hard and is still working very hard in its labeling and standards to pass the LI on local content and local participation, LI 2354. It's been passed, yes. So thank you. So that work that goes on, somebody looks out for Ghanaian interest and Ghanaian participation. I do know that work has gone far advanced in the downstream sector as well. And we will get the amendments passed to ensure that legally local content or Ghanaian content and Ghanaian participation in the midstream, lower stream also comes to fruition. In fact, together working with PC, we went to Parliament to amend LI 2204 to ensure that only joint ventureship, which before that was what we meant by Ghanaian content, we include strategic partnership and channeling in the various forms of partnerships to encourage more Ghanaians to be able to get in the industry. I would like to conclude by saying that we in the ministry will work hard in adding generation when necessary. The era where we added so much generation that is costing us excess capacity charges should happen no more to us. We should bring them on at the right time and at the right price for Ghanaians to continue to enjoy power. We will locate power generation in areas of the country such that great instability becomes a thing of the past. And I believe we have put in place measures to ensure availability of petroleum products through this crisis time. Thank you.
Let's do it one more time for the Honorable Matthew Poku Prempe. You know, he's been managing his right foot, so I was a bit worried about the length of time he was up here. Minister, I think it's a good time to take questions for you. It's a very elaborate presentation you've done that's dealt with about 4 major matters. and it's a good time to take questions from my colleagues who are here. So we have some usual suspects. For them, from archaeology to zoology, they have questions ready. And then we have some occasional foreign players who join us when the World Cup is in season. So, David, are you ready? Yes, we'll start from, let's start from the usual suspects from this side. Introduce yourself and please, let's hear your question.
Thank you. Attla from Ghana News Agency. I have about 3 questions, so bear with me. My first question is, as the minister rightly said, there was a National Energy Revenue Task Force that has been going around to check this power theft. I want to find out how much has it collected so far. Then I want to find out, in terms of those who have been arrested for power theft, have there been any persecution? Have they been prosecuted? And how much has come out of that prosecution? Then there was also a perception out there. There was a cartel at the UCG that helped people to steal power because they also have their cut. And so I want to find out whether you are aware of any cartel that is operating in the energy sector, particularly UCG, helping people to engage in energy theft. Then I want to find out this second phase of strengthening the transmission system.
This is now your 4th question.
Okay. I want to find out because there has been intermittent power outages. I want to find whether there was any planned load shedding. Because where I stay, every evening, 8 o'clock to 12 a.m., there was power outage for almost 2 weeks. And so if there was this ongoing work, is there any plan to come out with the load shedding so that we can plan our lives very well? Then possibly my last question.
That's question number 5.
Then how much investment has government made since 2017 in power supply infrastructure so that it can meet the demand capacity of the nation? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. You said I told you. So that's Attla. 5 questions, though he advertised 3.
Yeah, I'll ask just one question.
That will make it 6.
My name is John Awuni Kesben. Not long ago, after the Honorable Minister took over the realms of Ministry of Energy, anytime it rained and the whole place got flooded, the light still stayed on. But in recent times, anytime it rains, you see power outages here and there. So what must have accounted for that? That when he took over, things were going well, Ghanaians were praising him as the messiah of the energy ministry. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There was a hand at the back here. Was that you? So I'll start with you, and then I'll take the other 2 gentlemen.
Thank you. I also work with Ghana News Agency.
What's your name, sir?
My name is Albert Opowansa.
Say again?
Albert Opowansa.
Albert, go ahead.
2 weeks ago, there was a report that was launched about climate risk of Ghana. It mentioned...
the report was...
So the title of the report is Ghana's Resilient Infrastructure Roadmap. And the Deputy Minister of Energy was there.
And the report was launched by, which organization? It's from which organization?
It's a cross-sectional report that was developed in Ministry of Energy, Ministry of Environment, Roads Ministry, Water and Sanitation. They were all part of it, of the report.
So the report was launched by government?
Yes, in conjunction with Climate Coalition Adaptation.
Okay, go ahead with your question.
So it mentioned that infrastructure like the Bui Dam, Akosombo Power, they are all under threat in terms of drought and flooding. It also identified that we don't have a policy that says that if you are undertaking such a project, you should consider climate risk. I want to ask the minister, what are we doing about it? Since these infrastructures are under threat. My second question, okay, I'll come back. Thank you.
You can ask a second, we don't mind. Do you have a second? Yeah, shoot, don't worry.
Okay, so
and then I'll take the last 2 and go to Minister.
The minister mentioned the nuclear power plant. I want to find out when the vendor selection is going to end, and then what's next? Because I heard the vendor selection issue, I think, early this year. So I want to find out when it's going to end and what's going to be the next. Okay. And also the e-mobility policy. Since we are talking about energy transition, what are we doing with the e-mobility policy? Because I know Energy Commission has started doing.
When you say e-mobility, you mean electronic mobility or energy mobility?
Electronic mobility, correct.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, because I mean, yeah. I don't know whether it's a subset of e-levy or something. That's what I'm asking. Yes, sir.
Yeah, my name is Fred, CTFM CCTV.
So I'll take you as the last, then I'll take responses, and then we'll come for some more.
That is fine. I want to find out from the minister, what is the state institutions, specifically the Ministry of Energy, Communication, and the likes, that owe the ECG. How are they hoping to redeem this indebtedness in the coming days for them to get their money to stay afloat? Because I know about 20 of these institutions owe to the tune of 120 million Ghana cedis. The state institutions, how are they going to? Then the second one, quite recently, the workers of the Electricity Company of Ghana, they demonstrated asking that the CEO of ECG, Mr. Budu, his time is up for retirement, and they've been asking him to exit office. Whether that has come to his attention, and what are they doing? Thank you.
Thank you. So, Minister, I'm going to take responses to this first set of questions, and then I will come back for a second. Just to recap, National Energy Revenue Task Force. Can we have some silence, please? Can we have some silence, please? National Energy Revenue Task Force. How much so far, or what has been the impact? Minister, we may tie that in with the last question from Citi. How are they hoping to be successful in mobilizing? Prosecutions for power theft, perception of inner dealings or a cartel at ECG. Is there therefore a plan for load shedding as some of these works continue? How much have we invested since 2017 in energy infrastructure? But that's a huge one, because that's from production all the way to distribution. So, Minister, then there's a question about power trips during rainfalls now. Has something changed? Climate resilience threat. Do we have any responses to the suggestions that some of our energy infrastructure are threatened because they are not climate resistant? Nuclear vendor selection, what's the status? Electronic mobility, I confess I do not understand that one. I leave it to you. And then the last one is ECG staff agitations. Is there any response to that?
Thank you. In 2015, in the year of our Lord, 2015, government policy became all MDAs should put meters or prepayment meters in their agencies, budget for the utility, and pay for the utility. That policy has not been changed. That policy exists. That policy has not been wholly successful because government or ECG have not found the wherewithal to put prepayment meters everywhere. But I do know that there has been a continued improvement in metering all these government agencies and ensuring that they pay their bills. My charge, one of my charges to ECG on that has been, for those who chronically don't pay their bills, if you are going to cut them, don't. Put the prepayment meter there, give them the light, and let them pay. Because for some, it's just that they don't want to pay. For others, they have serious challenges with funds to pay. But the whole purpose of that is also to demonstrate to Ghanaians that you can't have electricity for free. Now, if we've listened to all the complaints, we don't want to do so. We don't want prep, and we want our lights to be on. So it's our collective responsibility to pay for what you consume. I'm sure if petroleum products were sold just as we sell electricity, there will be as much debt as there are in there. But we don't, and so there's less. So I'll start. I think so far the Revenue Task Force has collected slightly more than 30 million Ghana cedis. The loss is what we use to prosecute. And I ask myself, what is ECG interested in? ECG is interested in this money. So if they come and cut you and you come and make an arrangement and they receive their money or they're going to receive their money, what is the point of going to court? Court is the last resort. Courts are the last resort. But I can assure you the judiciary system has already put in place special courts for electricity offenders, where judges have been appointed, where when you go, some of these recalcitrant institutions will find out that the power will be given to ECG to garnish your account. So you can say you won't pay, but when they take the money directly, I'm not sure you can say you won't pay. ECG itself, when it fails to pay another government institution called GRA of the necessary pensions, whatever, taxes, GRA takes the position of going to garnish ECG account. Because the GRA cannot go and do doomsaw in ECG, or cannot go and pull the meter. So they have taken the position that every week, if you don't pay me a certain amount of money out of your debt that you owe me as GRA, they are all guided institutions. That's why I'm using that example, so that nobody says I picked on somebody. They garnish ECG accounts. And as a minister, I support the garnishi. So I've asked ECG, for those who are saying, won't pay, you go to court, you get the power to garnishi, and you send the garnishi. When I was the Minister of Education, somebody sent garnishi from WA to come and take 10 million from Ghana Education Service for land that was bought in the 50s. It's an easier way. So we are going to employ everything available. But my first option is not court. My first option is not prosecution. My first option is to deny you the service of electricity so that you come and sit down and arrange payment. ECG is not saying that pay 100% today. Be responsible that you don't continue to accumulate. So the first thing is that you have to demonstrate to them that from now going, I'll pay on time. For the debt, I can pay this amount now. And for the rest, please spread it out for me. We have to be responsible Ghanaians. That is all it is saying. As to ECG cartel, we all believe that there's a perception that electricity is a difficult one. So only the knowledgeable people can go and tweak. Me, I can't. But those who can are only not working in ECG. All the energy institutions, some people can do it. So I'm not really bothered about who is what where. I'm bothered about what I bill you, I must take. If I come and I catch you that you have put underground and you pay double, or you pay for how I collect. So they have the tools to check if you bypass even for 2 years, how much you owe them, and you pay for it. Electricity is not for free. We have to pay Ghana Gas, the gas they supply. We have to pay the IPPs, the power they generate. We have to pay Gridco. We are all complaining. We saw it. Abuazi switchyard, it's gone. We have to find the money to put it back. Who should money do we take to go and put it back for who should get the electricity for free? So we all have to pay. As simple as that. So I'm not sure of the cartel and the effects. The Revenue Protection Task Force is a National Revenue Protection Task Force. And this work will continue to recollect as much as we can collect. When you make the effort, we can arrange for the payment to be settled in terms that is comfortable with ECG. So if you are a cartel member, you'll be dealt with by law. You said intermittent power. Yes, it's true. It is also true because we're coming from a particularly difficult period. So when the power stayed, when rain fell in your areas or in our areas, people hailed the minister. So when power doesn't come, people will blast the minister. I'm prepared for both, but we all have to live with the reality. Insofar as we haven't completed the work schedule, if so far as occurrences would happen, I don't want to believe that these are orchestrated or people are behind what is happening. But if you have one of your switchyards going off, if you have what you have put in place that you don't want your voltages to collapse, burning or overcharging, if you want your lines tripping, if even this morning whilst we were here, the only transformer that was going to bring power to this side collapses, there's not much you can do. But if the gridco is solvent, it means financially viable, then it can quickly replace that transformer. But if a transformer gets burned and it's a machine, it can get burned, and it's going to take them 2 years. We are going to feel the effect. But if we don't pay for what we consume, we cannot also begin to maintain as we have to maintain. So I hope that, like my charge is saying, still keeping the lights on happens. But I know that in the last few weeks, some areas in this country have been having increasing intermittent power cuts, and the responsibility has been placed on GhanaWeb and ECG to identify those faults and let us all together work of correcting it as quickly as possible. Somebody said, what? Investment in the power infrastructure. I cannot give the answer now, but I'm sure if the person gets there, because like the Minister of Information said, it will range from generation coming out to distribution. And a lot of work is going on, either through internally generated funds or loans the government will contract on behalf of all these agencies, loans and things. So much is going on that I cannot be here and give you a particular figure, but we can work it out and let you see how much government is investing in it. This climate resilient issue that you raised, I wanted to know whether your question is, we don't have a climate policy now, because Kosovo was built in 1966. It was commissioned in 1964, right? 60, the late 64, yes. And Bui was commissioned in 2013. Is that the time that we didn't have a resilient plan? But even on this podium, I talked about hybridization of our hydro plants. That in itself is to protect against the climate. One of the many solutions. In fact, rehabilitating the turbines is also another one to make it even more efficient. That has been ongoing. So I haven't read the report, and I don't know which direction they are coming from. But I'm not sure our sector managers have been negligent at all. If you want to throw more like the next round of questions, then you throw. Nuclear Power Ghana, this is where we are. Yes, we have 4 sites. They are doing their collection of their data and the info to decide on which best site we have. But that site is also dependent upon the technology that, as a country, we choose to deploy. And those two things in tandem are going on. So very soon, when they are ready, they'll make available options for cabinet to decide on where the site should be and which technology that should accompany. But once we get on, we should be informed. A lot of countries have also, when they send the request for proposals out, a lot of countries have responded, and it's all being studied. It's not a simple journey that we are going to undertake. It's a huge, and that journey is also being affected by international power politics. So we have to carefully tread so that we come out successfully. The e-mobility policy, as is being advanced and worked on by Energy Commission. Today is Wednesday. On Monday, I received a letter from the Ministry of Finance asking for a committee to be set up between Energy Commission, Ministry of Energy, Ministry of Transport, and a host of other ministries that are involved to ensure, because the Ministry of Energy was requesting for a curtailment in duties and tariffs when you are bringing e-mobility cars. E-mobility means electric vehicles, virtually. In this country, that is what we mean. In other areas, there are hybridized fuel cars and things that can be put in the system as well. But that work is continuing. If somebody is going to bring a car in that is electric, that is going to cost more in duties than bringing the other cars with normal fuel, then it's a disincentive. So in most countries, when the country starts going e-mobility or implementing those policies, they, for a time, waive duties and things on those products so that they become competitive for the people to bring. When I interacted at the policy launch of e-mobility with one of the fleet vehicle owners servicing some companies in Tema, I was astonished that the company had decided on, based upon economics. He said, I operate Nissan vehicles, Nissan Evan buses. And I realized that it cost me nearly 5,400 Ghana cedis on fuel in a month. When I bought my first e-vehicle, the same Nissan, but this time electronic, it cost me less than 700 cedis a month. So because of that, he has ordered 80, not because of our climate resilient plans, not because of our energy transition, not because of anything. But if he is going to pay only 700 cedis for fuel for the same car a month, he has done the economics. But the company was not going to get the rebate. All was coming to the owner.
I'm going to take a second batch of questions. A second batch. And then we'll wrap up after the second batch. It's been a long morning already. Is there a second batch of questions? Yes, sir.
My name is Michael Craig Afo, editor for EnergyNewsAfrica.com.
Michael, please speak up. Energy News.
Energy News, yes. Minister, not long ago in 2021, Ghana National Petroleum Corporation made an announcement or issued a statement indicating that they are going to acquire stakes in Aker Energy and AGM Petroleum. And there were a whole lot of controversies surrounding that deal. I want to find out from the Honorable Minister what is the current state of that agreement or that deal. Thank you.
Very well.
Thank you for the opportunity. Again. Please, I would want to read the portion that I'm referring to so that the minister will know what I'm talking about.
Do you have a copy of the report?
Correct, it's online.
Yeah, so I think maybe what we should do is, let's get a copy, let's furnish the minister with a copy. He can study it and then he can give you responses to follow-up questions that you may have on it.
Right.
Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. So say again? Yeah. So you can ask the Secretariat to maybe even print a copy. Then later, Minister can look at it. Then we can schedule for you to get some follow-up responses. As he mentioned, he hasn't seen it. I haven't even cited this report. So it's good that we all see it and that we can respond. Are there any other questions? Minister, that will be the last question. Is there any update on the GNPC ACA matter? And then we'll wrap up.
Thank you. Government went to Parliament to seek policy approval on acquisition of more shares in ACA AGM. And we did request for two things, that we should be given the mandate to go into the negotiation to acquire up to a certain percentage. Subsequently, the Minister of Finance and the Minister of Energy were charged with the responsibility of coming back to Parliament to tell Parliament how much they were going to acquire in the stakes and how much that was going to cost, based upon certain preliminary works that had been done by ACA itself, that is the operator it was selling, and GMPC, that is also a partner in the field and was willing to buy. So it's a willing seller, willing buyer activity that has to go through a very, very transparent system to ensure that the seller doesn't overcharge, the buyer doesn't overpay. That has meant that a lot of entities, consultancies in the natural resource area are all employed to give them the view of that, including banks and investment banks that are into that area. So I know of Bank of America, ERC, all working on it. But what I can assure you is that their last meeting, they promised that all the reports will be available by the end of the month. And that scrutiny will be done by GMPC. So we can decide finally what stakes we want to acquire, both in the ACA field and in the AGM field. And I'm sure Ghanaians, Parliament will be fully appraised of what we are doing, and for that matter, Ghanaians would know. But it is in the light of improving our reserves so that the country gets more revenue. That is the underlying factor why we are buying more. Thank you.
So, colleagues, this is where we'll draw down the curtain on this morning's brief, which is the second brief for this week. Honorable Minister, I want to thank you that you joined us this morning with a very high-powered delegation from your sector to provide a very detailed update on what's going on and to respond to questions. A couple of things we'll do. One, the presentation is available, so the team will make it available on the press pool platform. So we get the data and the numbers and the figures right. Accuracy is very, very important. Two, the communications team of the Energy Ministry is here with us. They will stay with us briefly when we are done. So if you have any clarification that you require, it's better to just reach out to them and clarify rather than then we report something and then there needs to be a rejoinder, etc., etc. They're available. So if we have any issues, let's just ask them, can we get a clarification on this? Can we get the data on this? Can we get that on that? We'll be happy to do that for us. I want to wrap up by acknowledging the Chief Executive of the Volta River Authority, Emmanuel Inchidakwa, who is here with us, and the Executive Director, Nuclear Power Ghana, Dr. Stephen Yamwa, who is also here with us. I want to make special mention, very special mention, I have to take off my hat, to Ambassador Cabral Blair Mihe. No, I may have to take off my hat. For those of you who know about journalism, they are the big shots. They are the pioneers. And today he's board chairman of GridCo. Ambassador, you see I took off my hat for you. Thank you very much. So, colleagues, I am very grateful to all of you. Minister, we're very grateful to you. Wish you all the best. Thank you.
So unya humipa na wati asese mede nkomo nenam ai na watwi eye brother Sami latest single de abetudwa nkremofu binum se aya atim didi ma won wanye bi etiana ayo san nyum de nsem bebre abaichi na sa na watwi ya eye fuse ODG e ware ni long time girlfriend na watwi ya so Mr Easy propose ya chene long time girlfriend eye otedola ne ba girl no e na sa na watwi ya eye black sheriff ya san so asiu na ne e wo ho nso se eye Victoria Lebene de ba betudwa se eye ni kunu kokonsa abna kokoko be ka so ne twempene bi na fan tafri ene de wonim de dawo o se sansem ni no ten an kan coat impo na aka kan shirt ensem de bebre ba ye ensem rekwa ma boni ma be de na maba so ma ye ntwan ho na ye kɔ bank ma twegu entertainment industry nyina me de abesom me mama kwabo na watwe ya me wo ho no ma nse de bia me se be de mani ato feme je se me hwe trends se ne yekoso na me uza se brother Sami I my goddess nation worshipper ba ko pe Sami tuga ne se ni din de mane de bebre kwa me uzo trend na me se de ne yekoso na me de mani bo ko hwe ya eye later single bia wa drop your friend Allahu Akbar na nyumi na akofo se na title they say bia we gospel musicians into we the anka fine fa brother Sami say we releasing new one for my cremo for say them we fasting no cause o say Ghana had e ni obi a preach unity into ono so ni own special way say ono so betumi e di cremofo ni Christopher omo akama abomun ene so be releasing nyom ama ye cremofo na nyom nkofo bi say na wo say akwakoye say odi eye cremofo odi won ho fe kakra but Sami tuga chirema enye fewudi video na odi we release no da YouTube unti ya no hakotie brother Sami boni dia beba na ase wa hye nkemofo no hye jala bia yi bi no kita sa won ayi na wodi bompai na ade impo se wo pese wo portray se wo ye most nka suan se na wo kan na ase obese wo chemadu odidi egwa bi na ode ne safe fa so bi sa ne ade che se wa hye brother Sami de hu na se wonim na beka se be o ye Muslim but enye Muslim na nyom na nkasa wa se me wo mu ni se nyom na ye Muslim fu nyom na wo worship and the sounds one near say praises because I so on a slow tempo be. They do no on my wakati on so many beats. Na no de yum nanka say share one and yum de semi braba. Minim say wo Muslim friend bia na wa fe no bisane so. Nyum ye kosi. So why you fasting anyway obebo nyum na say nyum na nkasa mpo ono nkasa omo yo okay so mo tia mo yo okay na but wofo bebre e de won adwen traba na Sami eye interview bone during e no chema sa nsam na amkofo keka na say Christopher num binom o say binom mo ye hypocrite na atwom o so onti ase nyum yi ban na mo kasa na mo kananim na mo kananim but ono de o say ni kire mo de abeto dwa men so me de kire ma ka che on say Sami tuga kire ma ene nyum Allahu Akbar no de abeto dwa no enye so de won ho fe wo pese eye kremofo ne Christopher munyina wo kabom na wo ye baako I so don't do na what tria na yenguti ka say fuse ODG baba run say na fuse kwa say den hu so ne obi a wo ho so uko ni Instagram na say uko ni social media platforms so so ne obi dina ho de bi enhu ni sa yeti a ne say wo so abeware but mami nchire umwe sister ya on ne worry e Zimbabwean woman no on ne date for over 10 years and yet say na say na what start o me date a chankasa akwa say sa akode ni trace de ni be ba ne na me de na on ne date a che na afia na wo ye wan so be official inti Ghana here na mo be ye wedding na che say stars ko piem ho bebre cheda no hobby sa akode no hobby Majid Michelle ne other industry players so nyina mo support say won nua fuse ODG na wedding de na ye fankasa mo say few so we jenny white suits been hearing the lady is very nice well she Karen your friend Karen nice lady just a fine girl and cause also a designer ye ka wedding gowns ne ade she's a very top fashion designer they said am for asema work and say fuse ODG and ne yire ye mamuchi nkwa na watwe de sojafo ewo krom ha say ye sofa ya nkasa fuse ODG de ne di betwa mu ne ye hu say ye temi $10 I will be so say ye hwana share Nigerian ye ka one of the billionaires Femi $10 ne bad girl I need her daughter and I say unu say onu mi say easy one share one for over 4 years so mu date na uko on social media pages and kan ni temi na uko ni page I know the Mr. Easy abet work akra as we post in story dey bia uko on vacation ni ade wo chile na ayo post wo ho me dey me follow ntimi ni ye ko na ya ho na e temi di some short video bi beto ho e be sha Mr. Easy na we bu ni kotodwe I will be saying what to say. He's popped up the question, say, tell me, but Obe me and I no so Jesus I Obe said, yeah, expecting one of the very biggest wedding in Africa. We will say because we Nigeria, because $10 banner ware they won't say I didn't that man kasa. Yeah, can you come comfort chema was a Mr. Wedding while and there kasa because when you $10 banner just say scabe fee, but men can't show say Mr. Easy no so woni ska. Easy no woni ska kasa on ma me catch Koko yese na what be asa na koko trend this but when say say mental health issue no one say me say na pese make no ho asem but afia twemu na abna koko edin se mi betu ja won say ne lesson to be na wa drop say memo on why bibi na just abubu on din ade na blogger nkoko nsa Eugene Osafun cancer say na wo friend na Eugene din kopie na you say Eugene dey on Victoria Lebene actress and TV presenter no ma worry just say aware na fefe na odin say mi betu ja na mafuche ma kwakoye say Eugene afa na iwe chi kwose na abna kokko cheche nsem no ya de no aware kwa na ya na ofrefre na ya de nsem de alleged abna kokko na ebe kan boy you so Eugene no so deny na Victoria Lebene call UTV United Showbiz na nimpo na A+ na edimuchi ame no de kotu mu say sansem na abna kokko de betu ja ne ono no Victoria ne she doesn't care, she doesn't even want to know say no kware na say nye no kware cause ono no onim ni say ansampo no ba be ware na wo ware ye chimpo no na abna kokko na ni kunu na afofo nti ono no ye sansem ni de onim de daw na ansem yikoso na A+ shema abna kokko no say A+ watutu bia ma ne abna kokko te say amafo chema ono no tumi abna kokko ye pan cause oka one abna kokko bo numu so ka one beka te be say 100 ne ewechi nti ochema abna kokko Eugene aye bako say cause wo school ni na utumi bakrom ha na Eugene hompo na woda Eugene abo o say mre bi hu ko che voter region ono na obo a na ubefie ne nyina eti na pese na asede ni say obese ogunu ni mase but Victoria chema say ansem ne course na trend no do die any business nti ono de say ni kunu ne ye bibio say na abna kokko ne say ya mpa ono no de enche dan fa ne ho sa yes, was the abandonment by I say, food to the be a comma, me and say, was a relationship, number so I worry. Nasa wukunu browa, but more Diana Pebus and Funa catcher, no quarry a woman. Nasa ocean I want to mean so I know Java, cause say will be Java and say will be woody and consistent fanka fejawari. Now I am watching some back to judges. I am man for you, I say, yet who needs so I dream why I say, and joining to me. Or your worshiper, your friend, Osinachi. Aye. Now, what can I be to just say, why Yankopon? Now, some able to know so, where then Hopon Fanny see. Cause 44 years, you won't say they need side, but ye can you ma, a cool me, aha, or no feature, ye, you to need back on this and you betuja. Now, and some you call soon, I'm not for the other betuja, me say, since I knew woe, and you say Yankopon out on sa friend, Mamma Canisao, ni kunu on and a dark teso. Now, what bro sister, ya bro, na say, oh, to me 29 yan, just as some boy, oh, wait, JB. Studio call to me one na sumniade. A man for nature my work and as a me betu Jan, and a man for chema. Sister, na sana wo or how more brim say na one pack on your man a one. What now? I can't ya see. I just say, Papa Yakumu. Now, say better than coffee bread one or two celebrities watch him. I say, I'm running a papa ni dian casa, but they say they Kaibaba betu Jan say, any kunu. They say they are a police fortune at a way investigation. Now, say me buy the coffee bread one or two, or your henry gift auntie Akasi. So I say me deb yoka, but oka pena soft be and then any yagi say, I don't know what say, so as I say, or be a ukunu brow jawari. But sister, ye be a yeti, and no be a near fra, and as did them and they second to Toby and no beer. Consider bang not to say, Sasami betu betra. I'm not Miss Uchema, many bo on my warbron on the but sister. So what shall not so wucha and not in our bro swa, but my dear nature warren, a year Benetta Gaffa. Even a gospel musician, Ghana Num to Sony Badu, doctor, and the Bible to job say. So we are being out our and that's a Ukunuboa. In Tempara, Patagonia Manako, cause a gospel musician, dear Bible to them. My Fenya Siasem, and I think so be abused, you'll be a Bomadiana, cause sister Edine or Chema. There be all your so Capanuacaso, me Pacho, and Cocao, Yabon pay, a bay. And I will wage and about baby for. Well, wage I want. As somebody there, I send me a yawan cassa. There is abuse in some years, and I watch here, sister being so also friendly. Ada, I Facebook no or many day ya, call your wedding, 16 view. And I will to just say, oh, I rebuke. And some man, one is also a boy on and a war honum, I or friendly David. What between teens are bright price with cheer anchor a year many day or the word in my best so. Na fed also a blue fite. Also boy you to me brown fiti last year Bessino we brim. Na year 3 weeks ago did there. Brone do or brona caso or brona my sister in so guang no koshe a year mukase. na akoye hu sa akoye atwese kan so betwitwa no ne maame boy yi asem ya make David ne maame ne ebuzafo nya pa cho David nkum no ne senti ne tie ye ne ya so se ne ti dwan ne pa ne sei oye ne hu hwe nye ne senti sei so nware bio no betu dwan na mafo so sister why ade ye bo wa baso pa ye bo wa baso na eye sister you or target aye ne boyfriend as say ye be friend ex boyfriend or target no post ni mu me kwa me ka ho na yina ye so ya mu Facebook in-laws ye koto eyibo yi wo Facebook any atem didi ye yawi na wo shobere manim pa ne won ka se nipa ho nye fe ne de sebio na wo hwe ne pa na se na sister fine ge ya obro na mafo wo de ya ne de wo de tutu bi man akasa me ye sure say obedi activate ni account say so on ware biom but amafo chema ne kwan so anya waye ne nipa be ya na ada ye nti we de ne we nya anye nti mo amobro no mo amkoso amobro mo partners no mo de mo ntwe mo me beba debi asamba ko da manfo ano pa se wo se system ni mo ayeden Tese me yi 200 cedis me de kokogwa so akọ tese me say me satisfy me cravings be nku ni nkroma kakra 200 cedis onia ere nso hwe na se na kokọ na minima ye de amanfo complaining na eye Kojo Jones tese wo beka on ne girlfriend tese mpo de beka se ne yere omo ye wedding chenchirenche bi pan wo Kumase Kojo Jones in a year offense Rachel wedding the ne fan kasa na wo be hwa amamre ne amane debi stars e copy mo de se woni na ense wo ka kire na wo kwafofu chema te say ene na ye wedding of the year 2022 minim say wedding betumi abana beton an me de mi hye de ni man kasa na Kojo Jones ono no ne ne maame na Reverend Lamte wo be kai ni ku na the late politician this is what they work a scan if etefie tabank sa di bi no ye kan because onanka so sounds a businessman or he's into construction na what na odi post be to say Ghanaian youth ne hia ne se mu mu gidi say like I can do spirit enu na mu hia say opese wudi ye a mo say hey nya na ka cho say I can do na I believe in yourself na ma wudi ye she enka sa de sanka yin na nka ye di ye kaka almost scan ya dey na Abidjan say I can believe it who pay scan as o person to ka be no ka say I believe then one say can is won to say we dey motivational speakers be na say o person o ye no so motivate but say ni na o kan na say scan kan o be dey no we dey as a youth ense bebre na etwegu na unze nkomo na egusudi na watwe tuma so ba ko e trendy pan nipa ba ko trendy e TikTok star ye friend Peggy Lamte sister unze she's plus size ni mu yedru ba ya say ni mu yedru kesi biasa obehwe obeye be say 16 bast video wo bia nkaza unze wo kura ni onyame bi na ye na Peggy din sem bia betujo twema no time odi be say 9-10 years no na ye also nipa no ben ebusia no e no start so autonomo na rape bi chese hun say sister it was that bad o say nyese ba cool e course one kasa for a very long period but no onyo obi obetimi akasa ni papa mpo oka chen sata na papa nso na o yare nti wentimi anche da nya bibia amfa won o ma no so e ka baby na peki chema sa o ya abofra sa nyama na okomu nti ofi sa onipa na no odine sa abo no ofi ni nchen no na fede akwa say wa fe sa nyama na sister to miss you because so we abofra na say almost obi ya osa na ye to be den pa say obetiti munyi krampa otumi affect na pegi cheme sa mu honom na be start so ono nkasa touch ne ho unze ono nkasa say ono nkasa ye nyama no nkasa benya no atinka nti on she said that eno chema sanse mi na no oje de say enu nti na be te say wa pempem egori na Peggy ne kwa dey to jane so no do ye bisexual and just obia no very much me ni won nyama unze ye de na make bia na ma mehwe no aka say sana wote so na nye sanete but o chema ye emia ne memo no otumi ni won de ye mpemegori but ono de see ade or boyfriend or sanso or girlfriend Peggy Eddie to just say so no podi so ware mpo oba ware obarema ndo say ni do oba ware obarema but ware mpo be make sure say obenya side girl bi esi nchen na say ni girlfriend say o de atew no hot so kakra koso nim say me de mum no bebre mu ware amofa mo yirechi nti ne santi de ne draw nti ono ne mentality o de kwa ware mu na nsem yi ne je say janse GhanaWeb be publishing na be hwe na mafu chema sister we sure say bibi how wo di na say efiefu de ne ahohom de won ho agim but sister yi unso kasa she's very confident. So chema, I make a post on social media. Kufu to me DM me no. I want say as a bad girl vibe na kufu che say who ye ni Jenny ade. So say sa asem ni no nya. But Peggy chema, wo share me and Merima won pe me go best ka say we testing nyina no chema eye Merima den ekwanim se me aden. Ai Peggy nsem yi so na megina de akwakonum so ka say nsem ne de atena me kakra. Nti mo ma ye ntwan ye ho. Na ye ko bank mo ho amaboni ma abeto aso amamu.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Mesanso ma kwa baba ye nkomo ho so ebo GhanaWeb TV. Na watching na eye hip life grandpapa. I wonu say hu nya amichire mu. Reggie Rockstone edi na awoda. Na nye be social media. Omo fu celebrating na say omo chema ye Reggie Rockstone he's down to earth. Say onipa no wo nipa hu do ni abotre. Me akase media dance. Say eye on setawele shata nya ntokwa oyi. He acted so maturely besine. Say Shatawale posti bibi import mi share any nyom on God in and say ya o release video ya ba out he say wonye bi nhwa na akokwe Reggie Rockstone share one Instagram page che sama for enkotie nyom ni bi say he supports everybody wo ye hina akaso be yan TV be ya ma na ne wa chine de mamfo jema edent wonye bi ndi ya wa akoto bi na wedi na ye celebrity Reggie Rockstone and a Stone Boy Beam ai o posti no and o chema Reggie Rockstone o man happy birthday they say yankopon bon no man kwatinti anwodi mum but obisa question say Ghana has say muje di say ye legends ye celebrity one and on rankasa answer and who so no onya on Jane di say chrome has say ye kan one abon hu modern wo industry numa ye celebrity one ye but miniature dan ne ya adwen kakra cause Reggie Rockstone pa they say akoye to say mo twan sabio nipa ne fimu wi a na mo be celebrity no oh we dey no ya de afi na mo be bonu nyumo radio so na mo dey no abaye topic for discussion ya de but e Stone Boy twema ye legends o mo tiase a ye celebrity enough. Kweku frempon di asembeba. I say a Black Sheriff ni investor financier Snap Travis win to say they were soon. Travis Chrema Black Sheriff no no contract to say ne Sasha Kratase. Oh we are say Black Sheriff assign ni Empire kwa sign a contract for so ni na a breach of contract. Ni senti or the court. Na to say the Travis per se a court ni Black Sheriff na no more bebo. No more benefit ni score benefit ni nyom nusu nyina ni nyina omo halting just omo manage no fu chema na person oja nyom yutu na say performance on ko perform ni ade na nka ska na mo hwehwe ni nyam ye de na monye ska na but am fu chema say be nto wada cause industry ma ko yete say ko football modern what say woni mu fifiri na wonye ska na do invest into any artist and just say musician actor actress obibiem a obon say chi no wadan so obebulu a wo hitia na just say won a wo bo a won kan a wo si so no won kan won be de say bo say ubu won kwase bisa enu bi na amafo chema eye Travis wahu e wa on Black Sheriff nsem ye koso na nsem na ba ye buja na onum nsem ne de doso na ye ka Black Sheriff asem ya onum se ni num latest one order betu ja Kweku the Traveler KTT oh ejedi ankasa je say nyom ne de wo fa baby a mafuche ma asa fe de yasumpo ya bre wo fa baby a ne who never wow nim say yent me kan use word and the handsome in je say boni bi e course bia we ko di ni boni a wo ko kire no say and who never hands in the air no hands wo de koso na to no sana ma bra amafu emra ne wo bedi na ba wu say who never na enyomi ya na eye gabi otreda kwa chema nyom ne de eye de I hate him, but it's a man for you now, Bonnie, Jezo, Blash radio, just a hate to hate. First sermon, I hate it. Second sermon, or something hate it. And a banner boy, a remix now. This is the latest one that I bet to Jay, Quaku the Traveler. Or say a gabi chima, but Modiana, a clean version, because I swear, case where now we use to F West, just a radio sound to me, shut down, but Modiana, a clean version, but clean version, ewo. Now I am a Sony Badu, a trema, Blash with modern boy in the near future. Obe to me we need a year Grammys Amagana. Aye nuabia Morisha Budon, actress, influencer, just oka first, ye ka kra ha slay queenza. Sister, enye nanse ende ya maboye. Morisha time. Sister ko we chikura na yen ka sempa. Just a dress yi bi na casa kesi na party na nenye vacation ade. Sister edi mu de na ehun se nsem na akokoba no de aba betu dada. Ne de uni background se de or ye born again Christian. O se we share nyame zan ne kan abrabo ni nyina we jai. Na Moisha unim say ya fi ma ye satina say or prophesy kakra first o say haja for no no be hete. Yohana Sandra Kobia konya ne de chirema one Sandra Kobia na na dating kofu kunum ni oh some de anka potobi mana na ba be blast ni say emotion ye na kowechi kakra na sanse na isa akodoso ma mo tien na fufra we to say emotion budo chema. She's been away from home ache pese say de okofie ne ho ato no to say o say mripemu ankasa nchiremu e wo ho ne efe ye obeye born again Christian na mania wa fi no say mripemu odi ni nyina betudwa na Moisha na video yo ye na odi tuja so okofie na te say otete say amafuka say wa bodam she's crazy but so dey be onye crazy or a new person only yankopon nya encounter te say ne kan te bia babo no on bobiem e no nche say o crazy mama fuche man Assini ni ye bi nche dance so kakra mo binum to say one bomb na won so nim cause ye pese ne din kokwa te say pastor Labadi ni be no beka so ode no hamenyame no enyempe ni bi enti wo se Moisha bomodi ana se wo se wa fanyakopon na se video bi kakra se sister ibe shaking e chikaka se twerking be she da nye twerking so se light twerking bi kakra no se no Christo ni dey anka we dey anka fan ho ben Moisha start share ni old pictures time we are sending at any party but also ono dey say dio obe slay amanyakopon akwa say da na samwa de ni bi also do ba slay na se na abrabo no Moisha chemo no ne time okoye no tun yo admit say okoye implants ade enlarge no akokọ large say ode nyama hyehyem kakra no o say any time say na oye anything na kofo bebre influence wa mia bebe tu amerika koye ye want to no o say ntisa kwan no influence um sa kwan next one no obe influence ma say mo be twi akra mama backslide no be twi akra manyakopon nti mo say chema say de monya kado ankasa na yakopon adwuma no pese obeye na video yi echi ho baby no ode share ho so ope eye new Lexus Jeep and I say Range Rover for no say hey sister and na say sia wonye adwuma na eyi ka you can you pese wonya na ekwan be so na obenya but man for say obi ode no hwa yakopon de you never know obi betumi afi ni pem ama eye Moisha ka ibi say Moisha we de wa be de abeje but say the man for na wo chairman say Moisha say she's back is the mo betting nka but nji say slay no yakopon asem ena wa beka man for Kelvin boys e mama na sonko edidi o say aden o say just wa brem kra and na say o china say we releasing hit songs say down flat say challenge obi a jump onto it na enu amode ni baby mama asem ni nemu and am say on a lady bi o wa brochi green card nti oh somebody baby o say he has had it mama na so enko edidi na watwe yankofa wo say one bread say moon tie rumors ekoso eye John Dumelo actor and politician John Dumelo na dey abeto just say oh hanum no satinya phone calls strange calls ko friend na John ya dey say we yampa no say kama ewu kama answer call no me wu ye is am na rumors na ekoso wo say what say what wo YouTube na say amamfo edi eje udim say John Dumelo wo so wu ye na somebody told you so say no weapon wo say no weapon you formed against him shall prosper nti ondo nwu ori nwu da no obi apa mpie di de no kwakom amafo nyanya beye na yo no publicity is bad say na work na ye no kwaro eya comedian obi ampons abeka ni show no ye last year popular but broken so the video na be to YouTube se bia wan ko bia no wakọ YouTube na ko twebi na eya program no ye last year no show no e na o pass some joke bia about Israelite and Ghana journalists no chema COVID time ni Israelite ka se na wenya COVID bi na o ka se onu kwa no o mbeng na ebusu ni bi wa ate no one say I dey to me aka obi say wo obi a it's no what on who than boys quarters na yimu na eye obi amposa di pass joke no say hey abia man for chema journalist won che say when you ska bobre say enya bi esidan enya boys quarters mi na ade nyina embu ne say joke nteja am for wo na say ye twa so na ye koyenim na ye asumbo eye Will Smith boy Chris asumi e na eye man for di wan dwentwe beto dwa na ye Louisa Laye eye Israel Laye ni yire eden susu chirema eye sa last year no joke na obi amposa pass about Assini kun na hu hia na enfata o se ma wo obi the local champion na wo de wo so nkofo ho asem sese na akaka o se nche bia wo e na obefu wasum na asem ye call so na ejama fo chirema so as Louisa asem de wan kan ye kwa so no se o se ye joke wo kra nche na be make some post bi say ya ma ye fa nyama serious nta de na we de wa fa ne serious na ekokokoko won to kwa se beef na ekọ so social media na na ejama fo se na obi akwa upload video na ye nsa nsem ye koso na ebe share say omo trend ama video yi se sie ya obi amposa chirema eye to call you on Louisa Kunye enu nam so aba say numbers na increase ukwo over anya he case of views nso chema nkoto ho ne de akokwa ye say eho aba ne mfa so ai anasa na mabesori sumo mefa we entwem eye efia Schwarzenegger ene eye nwuntuni mix build e unim se mix build on ne de ntokwa na enye nne kwa se ntokwa no start coin ne se mu bibinu kwa na won wo mo ye na eye afia na wotwi ya na ebetu twaje ne se eye efia Schwarzenegger ene Zion Felix ye interview bi enche kwae no de tu just say mix build o tan wo na akomemu te se what kind of bofum also she hates her with passion he say hey obi anya wo ma me banyo papa ba wa bo na dia wiase kwa beje da nyen ebe wu akọ na wotumi bi wa na ka se wo tan obi with passion obu na obo ni ba na sabi na e fie hye se se Zion tiani so onja kasa ne kwampo se wenja yo no di ka twa to ni so so eye mesbel so owu a obebo ni to shire che so beto party che se da obeti se mesbel no se obo ni pa nim tama kwa wonsusu Yakopon befrɛ na wo so obi wu abeto party na asem yikoso na ye fese bia Miss Belba be respond ya na ba na Miss Bel edikan akase ni age na ati ni age ni de sa ntokwa bia hu hia ne sa nyama no osisere wejai peace asumdwe kwa na openti se obeka ne ho asem ne sa nyama bia hu hia oren kasa nti Miss Bel no kware on ka sa asem bia mfa sa asem ya ho na ye fia Schwarzenegger ya unu se dada mu ase ni papa yi obeye na te se sa tem ne trendy e na nyimtuni coded for X for fame ono so efa de yenum na yi na oye efia chema wan bebisa ni permission ya de wo chirem kwampa yi ni kwa wan kobi na afa de na wo pese asa wo didi dada mu ase pese wo didi ho nti ne abeku Santana interview bi na okọ friend na coded wo studio hobi efia ye ya brave brother fine ba unze coded the fresh boy ankaza hey didi na tempo to ka se me kwa me ferry my sister na coded won se cratch ni on shedan pen ho asem te se wodi ya ni na osresire wo mafo chema no bia o ya wo sa na wo sere wo sa no but onu de wo so anfa na on sa jan fa na anya asem bia o chirema o ti ase kwa sata na efia Schwarzenegger na papa we sie ne na fresh or to say he no only needs right state of mind intia na o ye ya na mafo chema coded wo de wo akoma papa wo abada ye pa ko say obi ani ukrom ha efia ya wo na o ma ne afa ne ho de yu say o beye sa na nyama na ya kofo etumi reply no but coded chema sansem no de o ye fini mo o chema anya to say a big deal na coded ya no koye interview recent one on hits on and dust no chema eye 4x for one group na to say for us one kaka she say ejina won na so je say eye Captain Planet Fresh Prince any ono akode na kasa sa one group na collapse o chema na satan na se na won akofem kakra e na Captain any Fresh Prince castle anka wonye solo project but chema so satan na on foaso na ka ni pemu di anka won bom na ka wonye te say music group na anka embejina won na se na echiri no obetumi akosolo anka obetumi akosolo but one fa na asem na anya asem afede wonze wonya won akosolo eye Fresh Prince body entineka but eye Captain Planet de unuza yo ta release nyum abode ne ade ne new one on the Kelvin Boy eye nti ko de twema sansemi na ma eye wo break eye 14x for group se de yente won ka be but enim se de bi de bombetumi aba back as a music because ebinuma ye bi dance ye hwe ni mara na wo twi de odofo na nsem ne ye bi wo mankasa Mo what trending ni ade ni nse na maboni enkomo o medi nyina ba besom me hwe chi said that ne yakopon bon ye na yetim kwama ne yebekoso biam na ebem na mo ambo akodi Easter no ai mo bekokwawu ni ade mo bo mo de am kodi muska nyina na fede mo de mo ha abeto ye nso de bi ade ne kwa wo say crisis the reason for the season ma gire mo ho na fede mo de akwa ye enjoyment ne ade nti se obekokwawu obedi wo ye enkran krom ho akumas be bia wo bia asma me kan se bo mo de na hwe hu so ye kwase ye mpese ye ti asembo ni bia nti ma boni da se ne ebesan so ehie mu biom makramo